Come all you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell, how the good old Union has come in here to dwell.
A battle in the heart of Alabama caught our attention. Coal miners in one community, they've been on strike now for months.
Working as long as 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, in some of the most dangerous conditions.
I really think that the labor movement is the single greatest force for democracy in the history of the United States.
The story of Alabama is a story of not just resilience, but of militancy.
I say no contract, you say no code. No contract, no contract.
If we ain't all free, ain't none of us free.
You're listening to Alabama's only union talk radio show, The Valley Labor Report, with Adam Keller and Jacob Morrison.
That's right, folks. From the mountains of Kentucky to the bayous of Louisiana, broadcasting online and on the radio from the heart of the Tennessee Valley, this is the Valley Labor Report. My name is Jacob Morrison, here with my co-host and fellow agitator, Adam Keller. Today, we talk unions 101 on the program. If you have anything to add, you can leave us a voicemail. The phone number is 844-899-TVLR. That's 844-899-8857. If you haven't gotten enough of us by the time that we wrap up here on the radio, or if you just want to see what we're up to throughout the week, you can find us anywhere you find anything online. In particular at our website, TVLR.fm, but we are also on YouTube, Facebook, and wherever you get your podcasts, all at The Valley Labor Report. Just a reminder, your support helps us stay on the air. Our largest single source of funding comes directly from our listeners, so if you want to become a sustaining donor to the program or make a one-time donation, you can go to TVLR.fm/donate or Patreon.com/The Valley Labor Report. Just a reminder, we've got a bunch of really cool merch for sale at TVLR.fm/store. We have our logo dad cap, some unionized t-shirts, union-made matchbooks, and more. Finally, if you're a member of a union, then please do think about getting your local, national, or state council to sponsor the show. You can reach out to us for more details on that. I will also add a disclaimer that any viewpoints or opinions expressed in this program belong solely to their author and do not necessarily represent any organization or sponsor. We welcome all of our listeners, whether you're on YouTube, Facebook, Unclaimed Mysteries Internet Radio, WVNN, WHIV, WMMT, or through your favorite podcast app. We're proud to be part of the Labor Radio Podcast Network and encourage our listeners to check that out. As most of you know, we're not media professionals, just a few diehard unionists who want to amplify the voices of the working class in the American South. We're hoping that this project can make a difference on that front, and we can't do it without you. So we want to thank everybody for tuning in today. Whether you're a loyal fan or a first-time listener, we appreciate you spending some time with us today. Happy New Year! It is 2025 as you are listening to us now, and hope it is a great one for you. Hope that 2025 brings good things for you and your family and the working class in America and across the world. We are a union radio program. We are union members involved in this project. And so occasionally what we like to do is we just like to take a step back from the news and do Unions 101. What is a union? How do unions work? What is collective bargaining? What are grievances? Things like this. And so we are going to be, for our first episode back from the new year, although this is a pre-tape, we are not live right now. We wanted to play another best of for you. Unions 101 panel with folks from across several different industries giving their perspectives on what unionism is and what unionism means to them. It's a fantastic panel. Really excited to be able to share this with you again, especially for people who have not been with the program for very long. So it's a great panel. Hope you enjoy it. There is so little understanding of unions in this country, of how workers can come together and make their lives better, make their jobs better, make their life better for their families and their communities. I think that's possibly by design, but nevertheless, you know, a lot of folks, they're going to come out of high school, they're not even going to be able to tell you what a union is, what it does. So we are going to get down to the basics. What is a union? How do I form one? Why are they good? What is a worker even? What is organizing? What do we mean by that? We're going to get to all of that and more, and that's all we're going to do on the show today, folks. 90 minutes of just what is unions? What is unions? That's all we're talking about today. We've, like I said in the intro, we have a fantastic panel assembled here today. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pass the mic. We're going to go around the horn, let everybody introduce themselves, tell us their name, their union, and why they're active in the labor movement. Why is it that because all of these folks, they have, maybe devoting their life to the labor movement, maybe a bit of an overstatement, but a good amount of all of these people, all of their time is taken up by advocating for their coworkers and for themselves on and off the job, and for other people. So we're going to go around the horn. Everybody's going to take a couple of minutes to introduce themselves. And while they do that, for our YouTube and Facebook audience, I am going to fix our frames. So we got a lot of people on the Zoom here, so I got to make sure everything looks nice. So let's start off with Lee Diaz.
Hi, everybody. My name is Lee Diaz. My full name is Leandra, but everybody calls me Lee. I go by she, her pronouns, and I'm a graduate worker at New York University. And I've been a worker with the Graduate Student Organizing Committee, which we abbreviate as GSOC, for almost 6 years now, since starting a PhD in American Studies. This is part of UAW Local 2110. I was recently a delegate to the UAW Constitutional Convention, and am part of Unite All Workers for Democracy, which is a reform caucus of the UAW. And in addition to that, I'm also, like I said, getting a PhD in American Studies, and I study how capital moves, but people don't. I got involved with the labor movement because I had a health scare 2 or 3 years ago. I knew when I got to grad school that I was going to be in a union. Like, I knew that they were good in theory, like it was good in my politics, but I never saw myself as an organizer or a leader in the labor movement until I got sick. And it became clear when I was trying to get healthcare for Crohn's disease, which is an autoimmune disease, that the only people who were sticking up for me were my union. It wasn't the university. It wasn't my employer. A lot of times my doctor's hands were tied, and it sure as hell wasn't the insurance company. And so when I got better, I realized that this was something that was super important, because even if I, as someone who's like highly credentialed, highly educated, basically getting a PhD in bureaucracy, had difficulty navigating the healthcare landscape and difficulty like engaging with my employer, then so many people must too. And so now I like organize full time. Yeah. So excited to be here.
Fantastic. And for longtime and critical listeners of the show, you will know that Lee Diaz has been on the program before. She is a return guest. We talked to her after the New York Union grad students went on strike a couple of years ago. So that was a good episode, and they were able to win, what was it, a 40% raise or something insane?
Yeah, over the course of the 15 years between 2015 and 2030, we'll have increased our hourly wage by 200%. And
Wild.
we went from $20 an hour to $26.50 in the first year of our contract.
That's awesome. That's fantastic. All right, so let's just go around the screen. Johnny.
Huh. I'm unmuted. Great. Hi, my name is Johnny Lane. I'm a Delta flight attendant. I've been a flight attendant for almost 15 years with Delta, so long career. I got started organizing our union at Delta after I had a really bad year. You know, just know it's just one of those years where everything goes wrong. My car was stolen. We had a family emergency with my sister. She had a stillborn baby. And then my mom had a mild heart attack scare. It was just awful. So I did have some absences on my record, and those were it. And my manager called me in and was like, hey, what's up with your reliability? Well, we're going to have to put you on, you know, some sort of, we call it probation, like being back on like a disciplinary action. I'm like, you know what? I had all these tragedies. Where's the compassion? Where's the gray area that people usually talk about? Well, our company talks about in terms of not having a union. The gray area is a benefit. They could be understanding. They could do you favors. And so in that moment, it seemed like none of that was happening. So I was like, okay, something is wrong here. Something isn't adding up. It's not matching with what they're telling me. And so then my friend, who some of you have met, Christina Simonin, she had started becoming more active with unionizing in the workplace. And she called me and was like, hey, Johnny, let's meet up. We had our first one-on-one, and it didn't take much to convince me to start organizing with her. So we've been organizing with AFA, Association of Flight Attendants, led by Sarah Nelson, for close to 6 years now. It's been a while, and that may seem like it's not successful, but for an airline our size, where our work group, we have close to 23,000 flight attendants. And so in order for us to even trigger a vote for a union, we have to get close to 11 to 12,000 flight attendants to sign authorization cards. It is a monumental task. And by the time we're done, it will be the largest organizing effort in modern labor history for one closed shop. So we're doing a big thing here, and it's taking a while, but we're getting there piece by piece. And we're inspired by so many of you who are organizing the work that you're doing: Starbucks, Amazon, REI, just every day. So you're keeping us going. So we thank you for that inspiration and the hard work that you all are doing. And we're just glad to be a part of this movement. We're glad that you guys are welcoming us into the labor movement. We really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Couldn't be more happy to see anybody and everybody unionizing. So it's good to see that, and I'm glad to have you. Hayden.
I'm Hayden Wright. So I'm with the UMWA, which is United Mine Workers of America, and I'm associated with Locals 2245 and 2368 as the auxiliary president. We've actually been on strike for 18 months. So for us, it's a little bit different. We're not just doing new organizing, we're also fighting a huge fight against. We've been on strike against. So a lot of the organizing we've been doing is actually bringing other parts of the labor movement and getting them involved in the strike action that's happening here with us. And we've seen huge turnouts and huge outreach from Sarah Nelson, from Liz Schuler, from the steel workers that have come from all over the country to come down and show support. So just keeping the message out there when you have a big fight like that going on. And we're not looking at a tentative agreement right now. We're still on strike, and we could still use that support and solidarity. And you only gain that through a union. So it's us on strike here is 900, but we've had 6 million brothers and sisters that have had our back for 18 months. So that is one big reason why unions are so important, because you're not alone. Hearing your stories, it was the union that kept you from fighting those battles alone. That's why everyone deserves that opportunity. And I'm so excited to be here with all of you and to hear your stories.
Absolutely. Graham?
Hi. I can't even express how honored and excited I am to be here in the presence of such incredible organizers. I guess I'll introduce myself. I'm Graham. My pronouns are they, them. I work at REI in New York City. We recently unionized in March and are beginning our contract negotiations. So starting to get our first contract on paper. I'm part of the bargaining committee. So I'm actually sitting at the table with a group of my coworkers, hashing it out with our employer to get, fair wages, fair working conditions, And I became active in the labor movement just because I was seeing a lot of injustice and mistreatment of myself and my coworkers, especially coming back to work after the pandemic. People's safety was not being respected. Their general humanity wasn't being respected and continues to be disrespected. So yeah, I came for the workplace kind of organizing, but I'm staying for the amazing national effort that is happening right now. So yeah, it is a huge honor to be here, and thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for being willing to take the time, Graham. And last but certainly not least, Michelle Eisen.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here today. I'm going to echo what Graham said. To be in the presence of such strong, amazing organizers in this current labor movement climate in our country is really phenomenal. I'm a Starbucks barista here in Buffalo, New York. I started with the company in August of 2010, so just past my 12-year anniversary. And what brought me to Starbucks to begin with is I'm a production stage manager. I've been working in the local professional theater scene since college, but that doesn't come with health benefits. So I was looking for a part-time job that was flexible, that would allow me to have health benefits, and that was where Starbucks came in. That was their deal. You know, that's who they professed to be. I'd been a longtime Starbucks customer, and I knew they had a reputation for how they treated their employees, and I knew how I was treated as a customer, so this seemed like a perfect fit. And I think the early part of my time with the company, they did live up to those professed values that they have. You know, they say they're a progressive company and they care about their employees and the community and the environment. But then things started to slip, and it was a really clear shift in the company sort of policy when it came to what we're calling profits over partners. Starbucks calls their employees partners, it was coined because we're all given stock in the company. But it's since been used as a really manipulative term to make us think that those of us on the floors of these cafes, the hourly workers, are somehow have an equal stake or an equal say in the company as, you know, upper management and corporate, which is just simply not the case. And I got involved in the organizing campaign here in Buffalo right at the beginning where it started, not because I knew what I was doing or I knew necessarily what was going to come of it, but because I had already made the decision in spring of 2021 to leave the company. You know, we had worked through the bulk of the pandemic. We were not taken care of. A lot of what Graham is saying, I'm echoing. This is a billion-dollar, multi-billion-dollar, multinational corporation, and they were simply not taking care of us at a time when they, A, should have been, and B, absolutely could have been. On top of that, you had a company like Starbucks on all of these financial shows with the CEO boasting record-breaking profits in the middle of the pandemic. Not just regular profits, record-breaking profits. And we've got full-time workers in these shops that can't pay their rent or get groceries based on what this company is paying us. And on top of that, we're in the middle of a global pandemic where we're putting our lives and our families' lives at risk every single day. So I was going to be done. I was feeling incredibly undervalued. And then a couple months after I'd made the decision to sort of start leaving, the process of leaving the company, a coworker asked me what I thought about the potential of Starbucks unionizing. To which I said I had never thought about that. I didn't know a ton about it. My father and my grandfather were in unions growing up, and I knew that our health benefits were really great because of it. And I knew that it was generally a good thing, but I didn't know a lot about service industry unions. It's just not something you hear all that much about. It's a very notoriously difficult industry to unionize to begin with. I certainly didn't know much about coffee shop unions. There had been a local coffee shop here in Buffalo called Spot Coffee that had managed to unionize in the summer of 2019. And that kind of put the bug in everybody's ear that maybe, but then there was a pandemic. So those conversations came to a close. But all of a sudden here it was, and it sounded like the best option, you know, not having to leave a company I'd invested over a decade of my life in and working from the inside out with my coworkers to ensure we have a bigger voice on the job and to improve our working conditions. And so I said yes, very naively, and not at all knowing what that was going to entail. And very idealistically, assuming that the company would give us a little bit of pushback, but that ultimately they would be the company that they say they are and acknowledge that this is the right move and lead the industry like they do. And instead, a year later, we're still fighting for our lives. Now, my store was the first to unionize. We were successful and able to do that. And it has started a national movement for this campaign. As of yesterday, I think we have 235 unionized locations across the US, which encompasses just under, I believe, 6,000 baristas. But there are 400,000 approximately baristas, Starbucks baristas in the United States. So, we still are working really, really hard, but we're getting stronger every single day. And we are able to do this alongside all of these wonderful folks also organizing their workplaces and Amazon. And it's just a really fantastic, amazing climate to be a part of, because what Hayden said is it's the support of fellow unions. I mean, we were never doing this alone. This one little store in Buffalo that was able to do this back in December of 2021 did not get there alone. It would have been impossible for us to do that alone. So I never want to lose sight of that and continue to acknowledge it, because it's what's going to allow all of us here to keep fighting this fight.
Benefit Architects has proudly supported union members and union-made products for over 35 years. If you are a federal employee and an AFGE member, you're eligible for hundreds of dollars in money-saving benefits, including group life insurance, dental insurance, and AFLAC insurance. Additionally, if you're a union member but don't work for the federal government, you can still qualify for several of these money-saving policies. So give Tate Hure a call at 256-215-6769 for details and to enroll. Again, that is Tate Hure at 256-215-6769.
In Alabama, more than 200,000 of our friends and family members are living without health care coverage. Often folks can't stay healthy enough even to keep their jobs. We can fix this. It's time for us to find a way to close the health care coverage gap so that people can remain at work. Let's make this a priority. Let's close this gap and cover Alabama. To learn more and how you can help, visit coveralabama.org.
The attorneys at Maples, Tucker & Jacobs have stood with the working people of Alabama for over 40 years, providing skilled legal representation for your workplace injury claims. When you are injured on the job, it can be a scary time. The attorneys at Maples, Tucker & Jacobs have the experience to guide you through the process to make sure that you and your family are properly taken care of and your rights are protected. If you need help, call the attorneys at Maples, Tucker & Jacobs at 855-617-9333 or visit online at www.mtnj.com. No representation is made that the quality of legal services provided is greater than the quality of legal services provided by other law firms.
Support for the Valley Labor Report comes from the International Federation of Professional and Technical Engineers Union. Learn more by visiting www.ifpte.org.
Are you looking for a better future, a career that can have you set for life, and to be a part of something that's bigger than yourself? If you are, then consider a skilled trades apprenticeship with the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades. The work of IUPAT is all around us, from the industrial painters who work on the bridges to drywall finishers, floor coverers, the glazers who install the glass in our skylines, and so much more. With an IUPAT apprenticeship, you earn while you learn and receive benefits while learning the trade, including a pension. We provide world-class education free of charge. That's right, no student debt. Our starting salaries for apprentices that graduate is above the national median salary with benefits for entire families. And you have the flexibility to take your trade wherever you'd like in the country to work. IUPAT District Council 77 covers our entire region, so give Adam Booth a call at 205-603-3142 for more information. Again, that phone number is 205-603-3142. Come build a better future with us today and join IUPAT.
I'm attorney Tommy Sinyard. When you've been injured and need help, you need a lawyer who's with you.
Sinyard Law.
You need attorneys always available to take care of you.
Sinyard Law.
And keep you in the loop. It's your case. You need to know what's happening.
Sinyard Law.
And never a charge to meet with us to evaluate your case.
Sinyard Law.
A new firm, but an old name. One that will stay with you every step of the way.
Sinyard Law. The name with proven results.
Support for this program is provided by the International Association for Machinists and Aerospace Workers, Local Lodge 44 in Decatur, Alabama. Learn more at iamaw44.org.
Come all you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell, how the good old union has come in here to dwell.
You know, you mentioned that you've been working there over a decade, and that is a long time for, you know, a service job, right? That's not common. And John Rocky in the chat mentioned that. And also wanted to shout out, we've got David Story in the chat. Appreciate that. He's co-founder of the show, and always love to see him continuing to engage. And so before we go to our first break, let's... before we even get into unions, what is a union? What does a union do? What is a worker? You know, one of the things that I tried to do when I was thinking about the panel is I did try to get several different types of what we would call workers, right? And so we've got people, you know, Hayden isn't, she hasn't actually been, you know, she's not actually a coal miner, right? But she's very much, you know, those are her people. We've got flight attendants, and grad workers and service workers. And so this is and we've got people who have negotiated contracts, people who've been on strike, people who are currently on strike, people organizing new unions who've been doing that so, you know, a really wide and kind of representative swath of what's going on in labor in the country. And so because of the diversity of the jobs that we've got, I'm interested, Hayden, in what you would say to the question of what is a worker? Who are the people that can form unions? What is a worker?
Well, a worker is anyone that someone else is exploiting their labor for profit. So anyone, if you're producing income for someone else, you are a worker. So myself, I'm also a high school English teacher. I'm still part of the working class. I'm producing materials. I'm producing students to go out into the world and either be college or career ready. And I'm compensated that. I also have a boss that dictates certain things to me. So I think that we've had a big problem in the country the past several years of trying to divide working class people into white collar and blue collar work to make someone feel superior or to give the illusion of, oh, look how good you have it. You don't need to organize amongst yourselves. You don't need a union. That's only for the other section of people. And that's completely untrue. All workers will benefit from union representation.
That's why I asked you, because one of the things that people always say to people like Michelle or Graham or Lee is, oh, coal miners, they need unions, right? But grad students, baristas, retail workers, no, they don't need unions. They're not actually even workers, some people will say. And so officially, I think we've got a coal miner's wife coming on and saying that's nonsense. So we're never going to hear that again, is my expectation.
Yeah, I wanted to jump on, if it's possible, Jake, I wanted to jump in on this too, because I think there's this impression of the working class that is like distinctly a like 20th century idea of what the working class is, when a 21st century, a 2022 working class is made up of women and queer people and non-binary people. It's overwhelmingly made up of people of color. It's got sectors that are vastly distinct, even within something like the United Auto Workers. I remember 2 years ago when we went on strike, we had our classic, UAW on strike placards, and tourists, NYU butts up against Washington Square Park. And so tourists will come by and be like, the auto workers, who are they here in solidarity with? And we as graduate students, shared that there are these white collar sectors, technical, office, and professional, It's not just grad workers, but legal aid. There's a vast growing number of legal aid and attorneys in the UAW, and which is, I would never say, like, I know for the folks on the line, like, as I've learned more about the history of the auto workers and the men and women who work in the plants, I'm never going to be at risk of bodily harm in like losing a finger at my job. But at the same time, as Hayden has so concisely and precisely articulated, like, I love that definition of like people who don't have control over their time and energy and output because they need to work for wages to live. And sometimes those wages are really high, right? But I think about auto workers who are skilled technicians, underwater welders, longshoremen, and you might hear something like their salary and draw a distinction, which is ultimately arbitrary because they're not property owners and they're not people who earn wealth from the labor of other people. Like, that's what makes up the working class.
Right. Yeah. Does your money, to the extent that you have it, come from your money, or does it come from your labor, the sweat of your brow, or the sweat of your brain, so to speak? Right. That's definitely the important dividing line. And there was somebody, I think maybe Zach Patton on Twitter, mentioned that yeah, I'm a longshore worker. I make like $150,000 a year, and I'm damn proud of it. And I don't make too much. You make too little, right? And look at how much the longshore bosses are making, right? And that's definitely the important dividing line there. And so let's get one more question out of the way, and then we'll go to our first break. So we've got a working definition of workers, which is important because I'm in a union environment where I'm white collar, right? I work on the computer all day. I sit in my cube and I work on the computer. And I have a lot of coworkers that they do not conceive of themselves as workers. They conceive of themselves as professionals. And all of these, maybe there are interesting conversations that we can have about the divisions in the working class and what that does to people. But the important thing is to understand that we are working class. And so with that working definition, what is a union then? And for that, I'm interested, Michelle. I'll let you take that away.
So a union is a collective of workers that are able to use that as their voice when it comes up to, people like, let's say, Starbucks corporate, and use that voice to gain a collective bargaining agreement, but also to hold that company accountable. So I think the biggest thing, and this goes, right to the longshoremen, when you get those things, when you get those benefits, this also relates to Johnny's sort of gray area, right? A lot of these companies will try to say that a union is a third party. It's actually it's a barrier between the worker and the corporate representatives, or the worker and the company. But the actuality is it's the only thing that allows the workers to hold that company accountable. Starbucks is really big on claiming the amazing benefits that they already offer their workers, which I can tell you as one of their workers is not actually as good as they say it is. But let's just say that it was. There's still nothing preventing Starbucks from pulling those benefits away. The only thing preventing Starbucks from coming in and taking those benefits from us once they've been offered is a collective bargaining agreement, is a contract. So it's really hard for me, this whole third party narrative, and they used it quite a bit in their anti-union campaign here in Buffalo when they were trying to stop this from happening to begin with, is, we want to be able to have a conversation with each and every one of our partners. We don't want to have to go through a union representative. Well, first of all, that's completely unrealistic that you're ever going to have a conversation with every 400,000 of us. The better thing for us is to be able to have a union collectively made up of your workers that can have these conversations and then come to you, with maybe one rep or two reps, but representative of the 400,000 people standing behind us, and be able to say, this is what we need. This is what we need on the floors of these stores. Nobody knows what we need better to run these stores than the people actually running them. And when we sign that agreement with these benefits that you offer us, we want to make sure you can't come and take them away. I personally, in the 12 years I've been with the company, I know some of the benefits we had when I started in 2010, and I could make a nice little list of the ones that have already been just taken away from us unilaterally without any conversation. And so a union allows us to have that voice and to hold the company accountable.
And there are several things that are important and that I want to pull out there. And one of those is that, you said that it's a collective of workers coming together for, a better workplace, better working conditions and stuff like this. And that is a definition that's not dependent on the government. That's a definition that's not dependent on the boss recognizing that you're a union. If you come together, you say you're a union, then by golly, you're a union, right? And it doesn't matter what anybody else says. And that's an important thing to understand. And we should, I think we should. And I think most of us, we're all in unions that more or less agree with this. We should make use of the state power through the National Labor Relations Board and the National Labor Relations Act where we can and where it makes sense. But if all of that falls away tomorrow, and that's not the case, and we're in a landscape without legal protection for unions. Workers had those before those legal protections. Workers had unions when it was expressly illegal, right? And so it's important to understand that, whether or not you have a union election, if you're coming together with people on your job and advocating for yourselves, then that's the working definition of a union. That's the thing that's important there. Graham, did you have anything that you wanted to add to that?
Yes, I did. You kind of touched on it, but in our organizing at REI, a lot of people, hadn't either been in a union or didn't know what a union was. We have a lot of people who are either in college or recently graduated, or have been in those more like quote unquote professional white collar jobs who are sort of in a second career, or this is their like fun retail job, who didn't really know what a union was. And so when explaining it to people, the one point that we as organizers try to make is that, no matter what union you're affiliated with, whether you affiliate at all, ultimately the union is us. We are the ones who are making the decisions. We are the ones who are deciding, when to use our power, how to use our power as workers. So yeah, that is just kind of the fine point that I wanted to put on that is that, if you call yourself a union, you are a union because it is made up of you and however many coworkers you have. And the trick is just becoming organized and knowing how to wield the power of your collective voice.
Absolutely. Johnny, was there anything that you wanted to pull out of that before we move on?
Yes, thank you. Everyone said it so perfectly that you are the union. Once you start talking to your coworkers and you all decide that, hey, we need to come together to make changes in the workplace, that is the day that your union has started. And it doesn't need to be a large number. It could be 2 of you. As soon as you say, hey, let's do something about this, your union has been formed. And that's it. And so with everyone has talked about third partying the union. That is, well, I'm sure we'll get to this later, a big union busting tactic. Knowing that you are a union as soon as you start talking about making change, that deads that right there. So yeah, just to echo what everyone said, you are the union as soon as you start talking about it.
We will go to the next question, which is, why are unions good? Why are unions good? We know what a worker is. We know what a union is. We've talked a little bit about it, but why are they good? And I'm going to kick it back to Lee to answer this question because I think that she'll have a good answer for us in general, but also she has a really good
personal story that we've talked about on the show already. But yeah, so Lee, why are unions good? Why should one do a union?
I've been asked a lot by my family. So I'm based in New York City right now, but I grew up in rural South Texas. And a lot of my family, just by virtue of like the culture and historic attitudes towards unions, have been pretty anti-union. And when I went off to college and learned more, it was a decision that I made. But this is a conversation I have at home all the time with my aunts, uncles, cousins, of like, let me break it down of like what this union does for me. So the reason I think unions are a good thing, there's like the theory-ish stuff of like the thing I believe in my like soul and my values. And then there's like the practical stuff that happens. The thing I believe in my soul and my values and is like, could be called like theory, is that like, I really believe that unions as an institution are this other thing besides like government, besides the institution of the family, besides the institution of education, that does good things and is able to take collective action around something that everybody has to do every day, which is work in order to live. And so what unions do is like bring together people and influence the way that society and politics happens. Like who gets what, when, where, and how, and under what conditions. Like that's what a union does. And like, that is why I think that like in theory, they're a good thing. And in practice, they also just do the work that a lot of other institutions believe they do or say they do that don't in fact do them, or do them in ways that don't actually benefit workers. So like universities are a really strong example of this because they often use the metaphor of a family, and they also use the metaphor of like they are just like places where you get an education. When one of the largest landowners in the borough of Manhattan is Columbia University and New York University. Like they are financial institutions. In addition, we have this running joke that New York University is a real estate company that also gives degrees. And it's like kind of a reality because they've eaten up so much property and played a significant part in gentrification of New York City. And so what a union does is kind of bring that to the fore and say, you're not our family. You're not like this beneficial force that, you know, actually you are a disciplinarian. Actually, what you do is withdraw benefits is retaliation. And that is what a union does, is pushes up against that and uses the power of the collective to fight back against it. Like in a really practical way, like one of the things that so visualizes what a union does and why it's good is this like kind of cartoon. And it's like kind of childish, but we've all seen the cartoon of like one big fish and then like a gazillion little fish. And the little fish around it can be eaten up by the big fish. But when they make the big fish together are bigger than the big fish. Like I believe that cartoon in my soul. And it encapsulates like these like bigger ideas and practices that I've been talking about in a really concise way of like, together we're so much more.
Absolutely. Absolutely. If there's I don't know of a political cartoon that is more true in more ways than the Big Fish cartoon. That's definitely a really good one. And you know, just for the general thing of that's like mechanically how unions get the good things that they get. And so what are some of the things that y'all were able to win? How has the union been good for you personally?
Yeah. So the three biggest things that I think come up for me are wages, healthcare, and what would be called like social issues, or like what we call in UAWD bargaining for the common good, which is not just bargaining for yourself, but bargaining for everybody. And so in terms of wages, when the Graduate Student Organizing Committee started in 2015, their hourly wage was $15 an hour. And at the time, that was higher than the average minimum wage in New York City. But we at GSOC were the first private union to organize at a, words are hard. First union to organize at a private university after a set of NLRB decisions. What that meant is that we knew that our wages set the floor. And so every contract after us, we are constantly pushing it up because, you know, NYU will like to say like, oh, it's just us here. Like, this is just our contract. But we know that Harvard is going to say, well, at NYU, they make this. Or Uptown at Columbia, they'll say at NYU, they make this. And so that's a really important bargaining chip. And so we've gone from $15 an hour in 2015 to $30 an hour by 2026. That's huge. In terms of healthcare, most of our unit is actually master's students. So they're paying like $60,000 a year to get a degree. And then they're required to have health insurance on top of that. A lot of people don't know that graduate students are not children. You know, they're full grown adults. Often they don't qualify for their parents' health insurance. And so when you're in our unit, you get a 95% reimbursement on the healthcare premium, which is around $3,500. Lastly, for bargaining for the common good, we made NYU be a sanctuary campus and agree that cops on campus pose a health and safety risk to everyone on campus, especially workers. And this was huge for us. It's saying that, you know, ICE can't come on campus, cops can't come on campus. Like, you're a private institution, you can make that decision and you have not. Well, we're not going to work for you until you do too. And that was a huge win in our last contract and something that I believe really deeply in.
Yeah, that's great news. Being able to protect your members and students on campus. It's very important. Johnny, did you want to add anything to that? What would you say? What would you say if somebody asked you why are unions good?
Unions are good for the reasons that Lee stated, and as well, we've been talking about this for a while now. Upper management, CEOs, shareholders, they have no clue what's going on in the day-to-day in the workplace. If you ask them to come in to work and to fill in, they would probably do a very bad job and probably make it worse. So in that sense, you need the workers, the people who are there with the day-to-day, doing all the hard work. They need to have a voice in the workplace and how it functions, what the company looks like, because we know more than anyone else. We know. So having a union and us being a part of that is giving us that voice to say, hey, this is not okay. You're doing this. This does not work for the workplace. It doesn't work for the customer. It doesn't work for this. We're on the front lines. And you have that backing, that power, that voice to make those changes and to get them to listen to you. Without that, they could take suggestions. Like my company, we are non-union. Flight attendants have a very unique job. And as you all have seen throughout the pandemic, that we face some interesting working conditions. We faced a lot of workplace violence. And if you've been flying lately, there have been long delays or cancellations that do affect you directly. And flight attendants were saying, hey, these conditions are not okay for the passengers, are not okay for us as well. But without the power of a union and a contract backing us, it's just a suggestion to make those changes to benefit everyone. And so that's what's really important about a union, having one, why we need one, and what it does. And so, our AFA has won some big improvements for the airline industry, like no knives on the airplanes. That was AFA, no phones, so people could listen and hear instructions. And so those things are important. And so without them fighting for us, we'd have never gotten stuff like that in the workplace.
Yes, and Jeb asked, sent us a text message, saw where some Delta pilots had pickets up yesterday. Are they union? And if so, do they support the attendance organizing? That's an interest. Are the Delta pilots associated with the ALPA?
Yes, Delta pilots are a union. The only employees that are union at Delta are our pilots and our dispatch. We are 20% a union, which is unheard of. All the airlines other airlines are like 80-90%. And so our Delta pilots are definitely supporting our campaign for the first time. And we're also supporting their contract negotiations. And so this is what solidarity and unionizing, this is what this looks like in real time. The workers coming together, even from different departments, and saying, hey, we're going to support each other against this larger management entity that's both trying to work us to death. They used to pit the pilots and flight attendants against one another. Like, oh, you're going to take a piece of their pie if you unionize. And so now we started talking to each other and saying, hey, we're both on the same side here. There's enough pie for everyone. Our CEOs and shareholders are getting all of it. And we're getting the crumbs. Let's fight together and to make sure that we get our fair share. And now that we're doing that, we're usually on the picket lines with them. And so it's been great having that support and solidarity.
Absolutely. And so so now we're working through this. We know what a worker is, we know what a union is, we know why they're good. Okay, let's say you've convinced me, I'm a listener, I'm convinced. This sounds dope as hell. I want to do one of these things. How do I do that? I'll kick it over to you, Graham. You've got some firsthand experience. How does one do a union?
Yes. So the first step in doing a union is first to form an organizing committee. So a group of trusted coworkers that you can rely on and you can trust to do a lot of the legwork. Also to keep it secret at the beginning, because the element of surprise is a source of power and was a huge source of power for us at REI. But yeah, the very first step is to find, my coworkers, I was actually approached by a coworker, and they were like, hey, come to the park. I want to talk to you about something. And so from that, that sort of created our very first organizing committee meeting. And from that point on, we've stuck by each other throughout this whole experience, from having one-on-one conversations with our coworkers after that. Sorry, there's a cat. And getting authorization cards signed, having our election, going through the experience of union busting. So yeah, step one, find some trusted coworkers and meet with them often to sort of map your workplace and get the strategy, the groundwork down.
What about Michelle? Do you have anything that you'd add to that? Of course, how do you form a union? Right, we're answering this in 5 minutes. We're not going to be able, there are resources. The organizing campaigns take years, right? But we're distilling this, right? So Michelle, what would you add to that?
I'm going to echo everything that Graham said. First of all, the element of surprise is very important. Finding the coworkers you can trust initially to keep that a secret, but to also help garner additional support. That conversation I referenced in my intro, I got a text message from that coworker asking me if I wanted to get a cup of coffee after one of our shifts later that week, which I will let you know. I mean, we literally serve coffee all day. So it was an interesting text message. And I was like, yeah, sure. I mean, we'll probably have already had 16 cups by that point, but yeah, absolutely. But what she also did was, I was one of the last people in Buffalo that was reached out to in our market in terms of forming that organizing committee. And I don't fault her for any of that. At that point, I'd been with the company 11 years. And so that kind of tenure usually would breed a certain level of loyalty, or at least a perceived level of loyalty. And so there was some apprehension to talking to someone who'd been with the company that long. Like I would, the potential of me feeling the opposite and running to management was pretty high. And I'm grateful every day that she still chose to have that conversation. But that's the strategy that you need to employ when you're at those very beginning stages. You have to sort of map that out. Our organizing committee was not just store specific, even though we were filing for individual stores. There's 20 stores in the Buffalo market, 20 Starbucks locations, and I believe every single one of them had at least one representative on our organizing committee. So it was really important from the beginning for us to map out the city, knowing that the company would inevitably come at us and probably try to divide and conquer in terms of pitting one store against the other. So we were able to sort of have eyes and ears on the ground in every one of those locations. And that was very essential to, like I said, Elmwood happened to be the first location to win, but there were 19 other stores in our market standing behind that store to get us over that finish line. The next step, I think, is making sure that you're there to take care of each other, because in almost every case, the anti-union campaign is going to come at you, and it's going to come at you strong. And it's very scary and it's very intimidating. And a lot of this new labor movement is on the younger side. You know, I'm not including myself in that. I'm actually probably on the older side of it. But a lot of my coworkers, 2 of the coworkers at the Elmwood location were high school seniors, and they're being brought into, you know, 1-on-1s or 2-on-1s or 3-on-1s with not only, you know, upper management and corporate, but, you know, the president of Starbucks North America, who's bringing in $4 million a year. That's an intimidating situation. So making sure that you're continually checking in on your coworkers after those instances, seeing what kind of support they need, showing them what you're able to give them, you know, as one of their fellow workers, as the union that corporate is just not concerned about. They don't care about the mental health of what they're putting these young workers through. They don't care about the physical toll, you know, that is having on them. And so making sure that your coworkers feel as supported as possible. And if there are coworkers who don't feel like they have the strength to use their voices in those anti-union meetings, you know, I think back to some of those instances and watching coworkers be brought to tears because of just the stress of being put in that situation to begin with. Having the voice to speak, to stand up for them and say, this is wrong. What you're doing to this person is wrong. It shouldn't be happening. And, you know, I'm going to stand with them, and I'll use my voice if they don't feel like they can use theirs. That was what allowed us to get that first store. And that's what's allowing all of these stores since then. I'm watching the solidarity of baristas across the country stand up for one another, and call corporate out on their absolutely awful behavior. And when one person stands up, it gives the next person the strength to stand up. And that's what's happening right now.
Let's explain for people, what is union busting? And I'll go to Johnny Lane to kick us off with that.
Yes, because I feel like my company has perfected union busting in the 30 plus years they've been trying to keep out a union at Delta. Union busting is exactly what it sounds like. It's the company trying to come in and dissuade workers from forming a union, and that's by any means necessary. Some of us have discussed captive audience meetings where their management comes in. You could be there with food, drinks, whatever, your other coworkers, and someone just starts talking about why it's bad to have a union, why it's scary. Some of the language that you may hear is no more open door policy. You won't be able to speak with management directly anymore. We're a family. Why would you want a third party to come in and disrupt the family atmosphere? One of my favorites that my company uses is preserving our culture, which is, you know, being from the South, those types of terms are rooted in white supremacy. So when you hear things like that, it can get kind of scary, and your radar should go up. But those are just a few things that you may see at the beginning for them to kind of put in your mind that, oh, maybe having a union is bad. Food is often something that they'll use, like, oh, we're a family, we're providing you with pizza or ice cream. So it could seem like it's very harmless, but a lot of these tactics are very insidious, and that's just some of the beginning of union busting that you may see when you start your campaign. Delta's known for some of their very public ads that have gotten around in recent years. One of the more famous ones is instead of paying $50 for dues, you could buy a $700 PlayStation. The dues that you would spend in a year would go to buying a PlayStation or Braves tickets. And so it was just incredibly insulting that they would think that even like $50 that people were saving up for things like that they could spend that instead. Somehow that would have a PlayStation or a Braves tickets would have more value than collective bargaining power in the workplace. But unfortunately, some people do fall for it.
Yeah, one of the things that they said is that, you know, dues might be $500 a year or something, and that you could buy a PlayStation with that instead. And I think it was either the AFL-CIO or the AFA that tweeted, also you could construct a guillotine. And then they deleted that post because, I don't know, somebody got a little too scared. And that is a critique that I have of the social media policy of some unions. They're not radical enough. They do not lean into the edgelord stuff enough. I think more guillotine imagery. That's my take. But you know, we've mentioned this earlier in the show, the captive audience meetings. And Michelle, you touched on that really, and it's really intimidating. What are some of the things that they'll tell you in these captive audience meetings that you're forced to go to, or you could potentially lose your job?
So the first thing I'm going to say is that the company will never refer to them as a captive audience meeting. They like to call them things like listening sessions, which is what Starbucks corporate like to call them. They'll also like to tell you that they're not mandatory. However, you're paid to attend. And so if you're an hourly worker working paycheck to paycheck, and the option is go to this 1 hour meeting, because the stores, in most cases, the stores are shut down for these meetings. And so you're told, hey, your shift for that day is canceled. We're shutting the store down because we're having these listening sessions. So you can come to this 1 hour listening session and be paid for your entire shift that you were scheduled for. But if you don't come to this 1 hour listening session, then you're not paid for that shift. So you can say they're not mandatory, but the reality of the situation is you're dealing with hourly workers who need this income. And so their only option is to attend that listening session or that captive audience meeting. Then they start off very innocuous. The company narrative here in Buffalo was that this was coincidental, that all of these management and corporate were in Buffalo at just mere days after the filing of the first few union petitions. They had heard that there were problems in our market, and they were here to address them and to fix them. And they didn't know why things were so bad here, but none of the problems happening at the Starbucks stores in Buffalo were happening anywhere else in the country. So something had just happened, something had gone wrong here in Buffalo, and they were here to address that and to fix it, because this wasn't the true Starbucks experience. We weren't getting the true Starbucks experience, and they wanted to fix that for us. So that's how those meetings start out. And they'll get through, 50 minutes of talking at you. And then the last 10 they'll reserve for, well, we also wanted to address this union campaign. And they'll slowly work that into the conversation about how they don't feel like it's necessary. It will destroy the partner-to-partner relationship that we've, spent 50 years cultivating in the company. And they're going to fix all of the issues, which, by the way, the NLRA, the National Labor Relations Act, says they can't do. When a union campaign starts, one of the things that has to be maintained is what is called laboratory conditions, which means they can't come into a shop that's trying to organize, and they can't make things better, and they can't make things worse. So coming in at the start of a union campaign and saying we're going to fix all of the problems is actually not legal. But they frame that as a way, but we're here to take care of everything so that we can just let this pesky union campaign go. You don't have to worry about it. And those meetings get more and more aggressive the closer you get to the vote, to the point where the last couple, I actually wasn't permitted to attend the last listening session for Elmwood, because at that point they were dividing the store up into, very vocal union supporters and not so vocal union supporters. And the meeting that I wanted to attend had some not so vocal union supporters. And when I showed up, they said, oh, you're not able to stay for this meeting. Mm-hmm. So they get more and more aggressive, and they basically say, hey, we don't want a union. We want everybody to vote because not voting to them is the equivalent of a yes vote in a lot of cases. And we want you all to vote no. I mean, it's that blatant. It's not, it's not even thinly veiled at this point.
Right.
And it can get really scary and really intimidating. And you have to, sort of be prepared to stand up and speak for your coworkers and call them out on their incredible lies and misinformation. It was one of the scariest things I've ever done. Sitting there, their third party narrative is also very, very, very strong. To echo what Johnny said, they like to say, we're just giving you the facts, and if you want to get facts on the union, then you should you should contact one of your union reps. And that very first meeting, I raised my hand and I said, well, I'm one of the organizing members, and I would be happy to answer any questions anybody might have. And my heart was pounding out of my chest. I mean, there wasn't a single meeting I sat at where my Apple Watch didn't give me a high heart rate notification. And we need to take that into account when workers are trying to organize the mental and physical toll that they're put through simply for trying to exercise what is their right under the law in this country.
And all of this by people that hold their paycheck in their hands, right? I mean, this is a really, really big deal for folks. And one of the things that they'll tell people at retail stores and at restaurants like Starbucks and like REI is they're going to close your store if you organize. Graham, how did you address that because I'm assuming that came up or there were implications in your campaign in New York. How did y'all speak to that concern?
So we actually didn't hear anything about closing the store from corporate in New York. The Soho location, it's a flagship store. It's in the Puck building, so it's a very historic location. It's almost like one of the prize gems of REI's the national company. So there wasn't really anything about store closure. But I can definitely agree with Michelle about the experience of sitting through these captive audience meetings and, I think there was for some people, the fear of being vocal and you might not lose your store location, but people being scared of being fired for being vocal. But the more vocal you are, the more you are protected by the National Labor Relations Act. And that's something that we really, really tried to hit home during these captive audience meetings. And it actually resulted in there was not a single captive audience meeting that REI ran where there was not just belligerent pushback from, several members of staff. So yeah, we didn't really run into the store closure thing, but people were afraid of being fired for their beliefs, for wanting this right of organizing at work. And we made it very, very clear that this is safe. It is essential that we push back on management, and that the more vocal you are, and the more you actually take ownership of this union, the more protected you are against any attack from management.
In Alabama, more than 200,000 of our friends and neighbors are living without health care coverage. Often folks can't stay healthy enough to keep their jobs. We need to fix this. Let's close the health care coverage gap. To learn more, visit coveralabama.org.
Support for this program also comes from the Iron Workers, Local 477. So if you are looking for contractors with lower than average EMR and TRIR, they tell me that if you need to know what those mean, then you will. Or if you need to supplement a workforce at any level for any amount of time, short or long term, if you need iron workers that come trained and certified at no extra cost, or if you need workers from superintendent down to general laborer,
and you're looking to start work on a project, or you're unhappy with your current contractor situation, you need to call my friend Jeb Miles with the Ironworkers Local 477. They only work with the best in the business, vetted contractors, and can do all kinds of jobs from roofing to steel and bridge erection, from welding to heavy rigging, from structural repairs to machinery alignment, and much more. They supply manpower on 4 of the 5 largest projects in North Alabama, so you know they're legit. If you need good quality, safe, efficient, diligent, and knowledgeable workers on your job, then you need the Ironworkers Local 477. Call Jeb Miles at 256-383-3334 or via email at local477@bellsouth.net, and make sure you tell them that you heard about them on the Valley Labor Report.
We're the nurses, firefighters, and claims representatives that help keep our government services running. We respond to natural disasters. We care for our nation's veterans, and we investigate discrimination in the workplace. We are federal and D.C. government workers, and we are proud to serve the American people. Working in more than 70 agencies across the government, we know we can fulfill our mission because our union has our back. Learn more at afge.org. Paid for by the American Federation of Government Employees, AFL-CIO.
The Laborers International Union of North America, Local 366, is proudly recruiting North Alabama workers to work construction and nuclear plant maintenance. If you're interested, please contact Donna at their training center to start the process. That phone number is 256-415-7452. Again, that phone number is 256-415-7452. No experience is needed. Free training is offered, but you must be able to pass a background check and a drug test. Local hiring that grows our community with good-paying jobs that have benefits is their mission. Live better, work union, Local 366, feel the power.
Support for this program also comes from the Mid-South Council of Retail, Wholesale, and Department Store Union. Learn more at rwdsu.info.
I'm attorney Tommy Sinyard. When you've been injured and need help, you need a lawyer who's with you.
Sinyard Law. You need attorneys always available to take care of you. Sinyard Law.
And keep you in the loop. It's your case. You need to know what's happening.
Sinyard Law. And never a charge to meet with us to evaluate your case. Sinyard Law.
A new firm, but an old name. One that will stay with you every step of the way.
Sinyard Law. The name with proven results.
Since 1889, the National Association of Letter Carriers has protected the rights of city carriers as they deliver the mail and offer support for their community. The Alabama State Association of Letter Carriers makes their legislative voices heard when it comes to issues involving the U.S. Postal Service and the working members of the union. The National Association of Letter Carriers has been longtime supporters of the Muscular Dystrophy Association and the Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive. This message is sponsored by the Alabama Association of Letter Carriers. To learn more, visit NALC.org.
Come on, you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell. How the good old union has come in here to dwell.
So in the last 10 minutes, we've talked about union busting, what the boss is going to do. There are a couple of anti-union talking points that you're going to hear in these captive audience meetings that you might hear from people that you know in your family. Like, why are you, I hear this about unions. Why are you doing this when I hear this? And so I'll go to Hayden for the first one because I think that she's in a really good spot to answer this question. And this is from a listener. Jack from New Jersey recently had a conversation with my very anti-union boss, who was telling a story about a potentially believable complaint about a public school teacher failing his son from an educational perspective, but drawing the absolute worst possible conclusions from the experience. While I strongly believe these situations would be less prevalent if public schools were adequately funded, teachers paid enough, etc., there is a reality of people being failed by the system. What are some thoughts on how a hopefully future parent could handle that kind of situation with solidarity, Hayden?
Okay, so let me make sure I'm understanding the complaint there. They believe that the student was failed to be properly educated by a union
By the teacher and his anti-union boss, who, it's a boss, so but his anti-union boss is saying that, this is an example of unions protecting, lazy teachers and they're standing in the way of progress and standing in the way of customer experience or the education for the students, right?
Well, first of all, let's go ahead and make it very clear. A union is not necessarily going to protect a poor worker. What a union does is it gives you wind garden rights. It says that you can't be brought in for discipline or fired without cause. Now, that means that you're going to have to go through the proper channels. Your boss just can't not like you, or a parent can't just complain and say, well, it's the teacher's fault that my child did nothing all year. What that does is it requires there's due process. So just like we have a system of checks and balances, or we should, even within the government, if there's channels that things go through that are fact-checked, that are supposed to be done before a decision is made. The union works not just to protect that worker, but to also protect the students, the faculty, and the climate of the school. So we're not going to base something off one complaint. You would have a due process and a representative there to actually get the facts and give you a voice, to where it's not a situation of he said, she said, and it escalates into a huge disagreement. You have someone there that's representing the best, actually, in that case, for the student and the teacher, and that would be your union representative through your wind garden rights.
Right. And that's, almost exactly what we said a couple of weeks ago when we got a similar question. And Adam, who was a former public school teacher, former teachers union, ostensibly, professional association here in Alabama staffer. And Adam, was there anything that you wanted to make sure that we added to that? I know that you've been kind of quiet during the show. Was there anything you wanted to add to that question?
Yeah, absolutely. Since I was involved in representing workers who were tenured and put up for termination. And let me just say, if management's job is to be management, if there is a worker whose conduct is so awful and egregious, they deserve to be fired. And frankly, it should be awful, egregious conduct that gets you fired and takes away your livelihood. But if, that does happen, and if there's a worker, in this case, a tenured teacher, whose conduct is so bad, but yet they can't be terminated, that sounds like a problem with management. That sounds like management is lazy or incompetent or unable to follow due process, because there's not a union in this country and probably in the world that I'm aware of that enshrines the right to poor conduct in a contract, right? No union says, we want our employees to be able to behave badly at work, to not show up on time, et cetera, et cetera. But it's management's job to be management and to follow due process, to discipline workers according to policy and contract. So, that's what I always told folks, when they brought those concerns to me about protecting a lazy or incompetent teacher. The only way they're protected is if their administrator is lazier and is more lazy and more incompetent than the teacher in question, right? Everybody is entitled to due process, or should be entitled to due process. You're talking about taking away someone's livelihood, their ability to feed their family. It's not a lot to ask that they be able to produce some documentation.
Exactly. This is a question that you're going to get that people, especially in service work like Starbucks, they get this question all the time, which is, if you hate your job, why don't you just leave it? Why don't you just get another job, Michelle? Why don't you just get another job?
I mean, I think the first part of wrong information in there is that we hate our jobs, because we don't. You know, part of what Starbucks was really good at is creating this community and creating these environments in these stores that allow you to have these connections with your customers, with the community around you, and with your fellow coworkers within your store. They actually they cultivate that. They encourage you to create those. We actually have a term in the company called a customer connection. You know, so we don't hate our jobs. I mean, before this organizing effort, I'd been with the company 11 years. If I'd hated the job, I wouldn't have been with the company for 11 years. We love our shops, and we love our customers, and we love the people we work with. And when you love something, you work to make it better. You don't seek to leave it or tear it down. We're simply asking for the opportunity to have a voice in those shops, to be able to, you know, have a direct line to the people making the decisions, essentially, and allow us to have the opportunity to help with those decisions. Right now, we're at the mercy of whoever's sitting up in some tower in Seattle and passing these, you know, procedures and protocols down to us and saying, well, now we need you to do this. There's no conversation with those hourly workers to say, is this actually going to be what's best for the store, for the customer, for the workers? There's no conversation. And that became more and more evident in the middle of a global pandemic. You know, when we were being asked to enact even safety precautions that just weren't sufficient. And there was no leadway whatsoever to be able to say, hey guys, this isn't working. There was no way to say this is what you're asking us to do. It's not feasible. It's not working. And so we don't hate our jobs at all. And I think there's also there's a mentality within the service industry in general. And I think you touched on it earlier, that these jobs are temporary or they're unskilled. And so you should just be able to suck it up. You know, if you are in this situation for a limited period of time, you're putting yourself through college, or you're, you know, in high school, or this is temporary while you're in the middle of a career change, that you should it's acceptable to deal with a certain level of disrespect. And it's acceptable to not have safe working conditions, and it's acceptable to not have fair wages. And for one thing, that's just absolutely not the case. I don't care if you're doing this job for 3 months or if you're doing this job for 12 years. Those are things that should be ensured to every worker. Certainly when the umbrella of that job is a multi-billion-dollar corporation who can do so much and more for their workers, and would just choose to keep the shareholders happy, as opposed to ensuring that their employees who bring in those billions of dollars of profit are taken care of.
Folks are going to start dropping off here in about 15, 20 minutes, and Lee had a question that she wanted to get to, and I went ahead, just to keep the frames so I don't have to do so much, I went ahead and brought Joe in, Joe from Labor Notes. He's going to be talking to us about stewards a little bit later. Is that fine, Joe, that you're going to be audience member for a little bit? Fantastic. So Lee, you had a question that you wanted to answer, which is something that you said that you've got a cousin who asks you this, and this is another thing that we talked about with Adam, because he gets a similar complaint as a stagehand. And the question was, I like unions in theory, but they're inefficient in practice. Why does it take 6 guys to do the work that one person could do? And so we're talking here about like job descriptions. Like, unions are going to have job descriptions. You have to do, you know, it is kind of frowned upon to do work for free in a union environment. You know, call me crazy, but you know. So Lee, talk to us about that question that you got from your cousin, and how you try to respond to him.
Yeah, like I said, I'm from Texas, and even though I'm from a part of Texas that's really historically involved in farm labor, there was like a lot of migrant laborers, and United Farm Workers was really big in South Texas where I grew up. At the same time, like, the political conditions in South Texas have shifted such that a lot of folks who are Mexican American have a really specific political agenda. So like, a lot of my family is really anti-union as working class people, as electricians, as farmers, and ranchers. And so for my cousin, like we were literally at Thanksgiving and he's like, I'm a lineman. When the electricity goes out, like we can't wait for one more person to, you know, go up the ladder and open the box and whatever it is. And I think the way that this is not a question I have a fantastic answer to, but what's important about it is like learning together with someone. Like I don't have all the answers, and it would be ridiculous to think that any one organizer does. So that's what I told it. It was like, you know, that's a really good question. And I don't know what your working conditions are like. Like you've known me longer than I've known me. And you know that I'm a nerd, that I read and write for my job. I'm an educator. I don't know what it's like to have to restore electricity after a hurricane. But at the same time, like this feels like something that I've been told in my workplace, which is that like there's a parcelization or segmentation of labor. And like that just doesn't, what it actually means in practice is like, it's not about many different people having one small job, even though that acknowledges that work is a collective effort that takes many people. That parcelization means that that job, which is incredibly dangerous, probably needs some safeguards. So I think about like I said, I haven't fully thought this through, so I don't have a catchy line phrase, but like one of the things that I've heard in listening into like the conversation around pilots need more rest between flights because they're doing this really crazy, responsible, heavy job. I don't know what it's like to be an electrician or a lineman, but something tells me that if you're up in the air being fatigued, being having to work really long hours under stressful conditions, having more people rather than less people, it isn't actually about what you as a person can and can't do or more or less equipped to do, but keeping everybody safe. And so that's what my gut said. That's what my intuition said. But oftentimes when you think about like, it takes, you know, it's always somebody else's job or it takes a bunch of people to do the work. It's like, actually, that's probably because for the first time you're working in a safe workplace and everybody there is as rested as they needed and has the ability to like combat fatigue or combat like the challenges that they otherwise face on the job.
Right. Does anybody else have, and you know, Adam, I'll throw it to you if none of the other three have anything else to say, because I know.
I think Graham had some context from the REI position.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is actually so relevant to what's going on at REI right now in our contract negotiations, because we have a lot of different departments that deal with like extremely oversized or heavy equipment, like kayaks, canoes, bikes. I myself work in the bike shop department. So my job is like actually pretty dangerous. So just having like a specific example that's relevant to just kind of having multiple people to help with one job. We have to hang bikes on the ceiling in our action sports department. So basically where we sell all of the skis, the bikes, all the stuff that you need to like get outdoors and have a fun time. So we hang bikes on the ceiling, and there is a complete lack of training. Typically, there are only 2 people who actually do this job. So something that we're asking for in our contract is specific training on how to safely put a bike onto the ceiling and have a minimum number of people involved in that task. So just to kind of like, I guess, answer this question, like there is the concern about safety. So of course, having more people involved in a task makes it so that, for example, with the bike, one person is hanging the bike, one person is spotting, and another person is like directing the flow of customers. And then also having the specific training around that task. You know, one person is trained to hang, one person is trained to spot, and one person is trained to direct the flow of traffic, so that everybody is utilizing their own expertise to its fullest potential. So just kind of a cool, relevant example from REI.
And I think the most important thing, there's a lot of things that we could mention and that we could add. And I started off saying that it's kind of frowned upon to do work for free. And that's what you're doing if you do work outside of your job description, right? Is you are doing work for free for the company. And there's no reason to do that because they would not do the same thing for you. But the most important thing is what Graham mentioned, is that they are putting this in their contract. They are talking about this language. They are talking through this. Who is they? The workers there. So if there is genuinely, if there is genuinely just an absurd work rule, guess who can change that? You can. As the worker who bargains your next contract, you can get on the negotiating committee. You can be on the bargaining committee. Run on eliminating this dumb work rule and get on the bargaining committee. Because there's, right? I'm sure there's 300 million people in the United States. There are 100 million plus workers. I'm sure, probably not a whole lot, probably less than people think, but I'm sure there's some that are silly. Well, get rid of it. If it's your contract, if it's your workplace, you get rid of it. That's up to you.
Yeah, that was the one point I was just going to throw in there, is that, who's making the decision? When I'm hanging up lights for a concert and we're supposed to do two people per light, if I choose myself to just do it by myself, that's on me. That's my choice. Maybe they are lighter than normal and I can handle that. But that's different than when, if someone in management were to come to us and say, hey, actually, forget about the 2 people per light rule. You're all just going to do it by yourself. That's different. And I think whenever it comes to worker safety versus profitability or, perceived efficiency or saving time, any of that, we should always err on the side of worker safety. And I don't think unions should ever apologize for that.
Yeah, I can add a little bit too, if that's okay. A lot of it's going to piggyback on what Graham said and a little bit on what Adam said. But some of the things we're talking about in our proposals for the first Starbucks contract is a minimum staffing requirement, which really doesn't necessarily exist. Maybe in theory it exists, but if you're, in the middle of a shift and you have 2 people call off, there's nothing right now that protects us in terms of where does that workload then get dispersed. It gets dispersed to the 5 people who are on that shift. And what happens to the profits that are coming in, because the company's now not paying 2 employees, but the same amount of profits in theory are coming in. So where is that going? That's going right back to the company. So one of the things, aside from a minimum staffing requirement, would be the ability to, if we're short-staffed, to shut down some channels. I don't know, I'm certain most people are not super familiar with how a Starbucks is run, but there's multiple channels for customers. There's there's the in-house channel. In a lot of cases, there's a drive-through channel. Now there's a mobile order and pay channel. In a lot of cases, there's a delivery channel. All of those require people to run them. And you have a couple people call off and you're still expected to run all of those channels. So we want a couple of things: the ability to be able to shut down certain channels if we're short-staffed, to try to make sure that we're not doubling the workload of the people who were able to be there. And secondly, is compensation for working short-staffed. It's inevitable that our workload is going to, at minimum, probably double if people are unable to be there. And that shouldn't be automatic additional profit for the company. That should somehow be dispersed so that there's that compensation for working harder than you would normally be working is sent back to those people who are working that shift. We're not saying shut the shop down, which is, of course, their narrative. We're not saying if somebody is sick that all of a sudden the entire business has to come to a screeching halt. We're just saying let's figure out a way together to manage that so that we're not being overworked and the customers are not suffering, and it's crazy the way that these companies look at what we're saying is the most fair and equitable way to handle a situation. And they're going, well, you just don't want us to make any money. you just want to shut everything down. No, absolutely nobody said that. Who wins if we shut the business down? We certainly don't win. So those are some of the proposals we are working on and hopefully asking for, and we'll get in that first collective bargaining agreement.
Fantastic. And so then let's spend the last few minutes on this, Adam's question about how do you deal, because look, right, we're worker advocates. We want the best work. Workers deserve more, right? This is kind of our shtick. But workers are people, and sometimes people are crazy. Like, they are weird. Sometimes people can be weird, right? Sometimes they can stir up stuff that really make you that can really cause issues in a campaign. A toxic coworker who is drama all the time, keeps petty interpersonal stuff stirred up, a snitch. What about when the toxic person is a steward or a building rep or an officer or, somebody on the organizing committee? How do we deal with conflict between workers, between union members? And Johnny, you've been quiet for a little bit, so I'll throw it to you for first.
Thank you. I feel like it could definitely speak to this, because in our ongoing union campaign, we have a very, very vocal anti-union faction within our company. And dealing with them has been just an exercise in patience and understanding, because you don't want to alienate your coworkers. These are people that I still have to work with. Some of them I've even called my friends at some point. And so, always trying to, in the back of my mind, I always say I'm trying to remember that, I work with them, I respect them, or even, I may love some of my friends. And that once we move past this, we'll still have to work together. So that's like my broad answer. But directly, and I'm just going to be honest with you, sometimes you're just going to have to let some people go and move on. You might not be able to convince people that they need a union, or their views just may be so opposed or bizarre that you're like, this is not going anywhere. I've had to let some conversations go. They've gone into QAnon, conspiracy theory territory. And I'm just like, you know what? No, I am out of my depth a little bit, or I just strongly disagree. And I don't have the mental or emotional bandwidth to carry this conversation on. And you know what? That's okay. And I think you do yourself better service as an organizer when you say, this conversation isn't going to work. I may not be able to save this person. I can save the next person. And then another tactic that I use, and that we use, every organizer has a Slack or Discord or something like that, WhatsApp. I suggest someone else talk to them. Someone at the company speaks their language. And in a work group that has over 20-something thousand flight attendants in it, we're not all going to be the same. I'm very fortunate that I have a friend circle that somewhat believes the similar things that I do, but not all of my coworkers do. So in that case, I'm going to say, hey, you know what? You seem to be on the same wavelength as this person. Maybe you should try to talk to them. Maybe you can speak their language and see if you all can come to some type of meeting ground or terms, or just, progress them from wherever they are in whatever organizing conversation that you're having. But we have our snitches. We have people who are looking at our Facebook accounts to see what we said in 2015 and who are reporting us to the company. And I just have to think that, I'm trying to save them from themselves, I know it's a hero thing or whatever, and that may not be the best way to come at it. But if they're doing that, that means that there's something going on with them personally in their lives. It's not my job to dig it out or, find out what it is. I just have to let them do that and continue on with my organizing and forming a union, because that is the goal. And we're just going to save them from whatever negativity and nonsense that they're doing, and not let it derail the campaign. But you know what? Just you can't take on every single person. You just can't. It's impossible.
Exactly. Yeah. Does anybody else have anything they want to add to that?
Yeah, I wanted to talk about, so far we've been talking about what it means to speak to people who are like at the level of yes union, no union, or like I'm not in a union, I am in a union. One thing that's come up over the past few years, and especially as I've become more involved not just in my unit's politics, but in UAW national and regional politics, is also interpersonal conflict and interpersonal forms of harm that happen amongst union members, and how you manage that in maintaining your professional relationship that you have with these like colleagues and like union colleagues, like not even just work colleagues, but union colleagues, and confronting it and addressing it while also maintaining that relationship. Specifically, I think what comes to mind for me is sexism and racism as they are present. If they're present in society, that means they're present in unions. So within the UAW, like just a month ago at our conference at the UAW Constitutional Convention, I was mistaken for a different person who's of a different ethnic background, but who is also like an outspoken woman of color. And this has happened even before the conference, after the conference, like we just get mixed up all the time. And even though this is a microaggression, it's actually been a useful teaching experience to talk to my UAW brothers and sisters, which is like a language that's really common in the UAW, and talk about these subtle things that like, it's actually really important that you don't mix me up with my friend. I love her. I'm honored to be mistaken for her. She's beautiful. But what I also hear when you say that is that you're not paying attention to like each of our individuality, or like, you know, something else that came up is realizing that some of the auto workers who are men would go around and shake the hands of everybody there, and then would assume that the women present were partners or wives and not in the UAW themselves, or like just not like literally not even speak to them, right? And as the UAW grows, as it moves into other sectors, and also as capitalism changes, as it has historically and it will continue to do, like women and non-binary people have a role in the labor movement, and you just like can never make an assumption about why someone is there. And so those have been difficult conversations. There's also like conversations about reform and what the role of a union is. Like, is it a service union? Is it a business union? This is like Union 201. So we could get into that at another level at another time. But to have that conversation about like conflict within a union, and like you might disagree with someone about this political strategy, but you can't use interpersonal harm as a way to address that. So like another instance came up where someone was, you know, offering a case, you know, in favor of like business unionism, and the caucus that I was a part of, which is more rank and file unionism, was using language that just like came down to ad hominem attacks that also aligned with like historical misogynoir, right? And that's just wrong. And it's like not okay. And so finding ways to say, we're going to keep this at the level of political strategy and political difference, and not let the things that plague our society also plague like the way that we manage conflict in our union. Like that it feels important to say, because harm happens, like conflict is going to happen. It's how we choose to approach it and resolve it.
Exactly. Yeah. It's important to, it's important to recognize that, yeah, people are going to have differences, and there is a correct, like there's a proper way to have disagreements, political disagreements that doesn't resort to those types of things. So, folks, I appreciate your time. You've all been very generous, and we're going to be letting you go on a crazy screen looks like. But I really appreciate everybody's time. These are, like I said, these are always my favorite shows to do, and it was an honor to be able to get all of y'all here.
Come on, you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell. How the good old union has come in here to dwell. Go to Harlan County, there is no neutral there. You'll either be a union man or a thug party H. Blair. Which side are you on? 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 Come on, you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell. How the good old union has come in here to dwell. Which side are you on? 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 Come on, you
Folks, welcome back. You are still listening to the Valley Labor Report. My name is Jacob Morrison. We are now in overtime. Appreciate everybody tuning in. We've got some great stuff lined up for you today. I have a year in review and some speculations about what's going to happen in 2025 with Alex Press, award-winning labor journalist and staff writer for Jacobin Magazine. We also take a look at some unhinged comments on our YouTube channel with Alexander Edward from Minion Death Cult. Really excited for you to hear that conversation. Both brand new content, has not been released yet, so we don't want to just leave you with best ofs. Additionally, there will be another double overtime. Double overtime this week is going to be an hour-and-a-half conversation with Dale Jackson. Dale Jackson is a conservative radio host, conservative daily radio host in Huntsville and Birmingham, Alabama. We talked to each other about why he is the way he is, what he's anticipating for the 2025 Alabama legislative session, and the second Trump administration. So make sure you stay tuned for that. But for now, Alex Press, staff writer with Jacobin Magazine. All right, folks, you are still listening to the Valley Labor Report. My name is Jacob Morrison. I am joined by award-winning labor journalist Alex Press, staff writer for Jacobin Magazine. How many awards is it now at this point? Is it?
It's not that. It's not that many awards. It's
not
really
that many. So multiple awards then.
I think it's multiple, but I can't be quoted on that.
That's
the key is if you get one, you can say award winning.
Right. Exactly. And I've started to, I don't know if I've joked with you about this, but I have been jokingly referring to myself, not in very many contexts, but in some contexts, as a nationally syndicated radio host, because we are on the radio in 3 states now. We're going to add a 4th in January, so I think that's exciting. That's something like.
Does that count as the nation? Do you have to say like multi-state syndicated? I don't know.
It is across the nation. It's more than one state.
Across the nation. Right. Yeah.
So
and just don't ask me how far across.
Yeah. Right. Exactly. from a very small portion of the station of the nation. But so really excited to have you on. Obviously, because you're a staff writer at Jacobin and a labor reporter, you have been and for years now you've been following labor very closely, and so I'm interested in. And actually, somebody at Bloomberg had mentioned something. I was listening to, I think, a podcast that you were on Bloomberg, which is a very, kind of business pressy type of thing. And they talked about how, like, well, even though she's a dirty commie, like this is the kind of person that you want on the labor beat because she actually kind of gives a shit about.
Is that? I don't know what podcast you're talking about. Now I'm very curious. Was it Odd Lots?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they said something about it wasn't so kind of glib as I'm being.
I've been on Odd Lots and brought a UAW person on there before. So
yeah, and I think in the as they were introducing you, maybe to kind of calm the fears of their business audience, they were like, look, she's the one that she cares about this stuff. So she's like, the socialists are going to be one of the only people who actually do good labor reporting. So
yes, I find in the business press, I often get that caveat and then also explanation where they're like, but that's why it's worth reading, because who else would be doing this?
Exactly.
Oh,
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that it's very frustrating seeing like the people that most papers have reporting on labor stuff. Like here in Alabama, our paper of record, AL.com, the business reporter is the person that always reports on labor stuff. And it's like, he doesn't know anything about about like the NLRB or the NLRA or unions or how any of it works. And it's just, ultimately it's not super material most of the time to the reporting, but it's like a labor reporter wouldn't have made that mistake about the NLRB process.
Yeah. I mean, there's also just a basic kind of, it infects the coverage in that there's always thinking not only of the business side, but like this matters based on how it's going to affect consumers versus the idea that like the workers themselves are a contingent of the public and you might be kind of writing towards their perspective or something like that. Like it really does infect all of the kind of downstream coverage. But that is where things are at now. That usually it's the business reporter.
Yeah. And so I guess for the last year and we can go further if you think that there's a broader point to make over the last, 5 to 10 years or something. But over the last year, what do you feel like are the most consequential stories that have been happening in the labor world and by consequential, meaningful in the immediate like as they are happening to an amount of people, but also what were some of the stories that are going to have the most lasting ramifications? Like what are we going to be talking about next year or in 2026 or in 2028?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, I mean, the first thing that comes to mind is not just like the UAW's new organizing campaigns, but just generally the democratization of the UAW, I think, which has various effects. There's the new organizing of non-union auto plants, particularly in the South, which we can go into some losses, some successes, some not yet trieds. But there's also, the UAW's democratization has led to labor having this kind of more prominent voice than it used to, even before, Sean Fain, just a couple of years ago, before he was the head of the union. It's interesting. The UAW has always had this kind of pace-setting role in U.S. labor, for better and for worse. In the 20th century, it very much was once the UAW was winning strong contracts in auto, there were knock-on effects so that, blue-collar jobs writ large started having better benefits, better wages to keep up with the competition so that workers wouldn't flee to go work in auto. And it's interesting that once again in the 21st century now, kind of the reformed UAW is having this outsized, kind of voice. Sean Fain is speaking at the DNC or whatever. It just seems like there's now a kind of body that even the mainstream that is fairly hostile to unions, kind of the legitimacy of the UAW is hard to dispute. And so it seems like that has had its own effect. There's also the higher ed organizing. That's not just UAW, actually is a range of unions. I think that though it's not as kind of strategically central as, a lot of kind of manufacturing work or even healthcare sector work. I think the higher ed workers, the fact that they have such incredible momentum, grad students, I was just on a panel with a student in the University of Pittsburgh grad union in Pittsburgh, and they had just won their contract in November, and it was a 97.5% vote in favor of unionizing. Which is like crazy, and that's also true of adjuncts and other faculty. And, with those workers, I think it's interesting in that they're raising kind of the policy questions and the political questions around the role of the university and, the privatization of, universities writ large, turning them into like real estate endeavors that happen to have teaching on the side. So I think that stuff might be significant down the road as far as like what those coalitions of unions are trying to push for at the political level. At least that's my hope.
Actually, if we could, let's stop on that for a while, because that's fresh on my mind, because one of the things that we talked about on our show yesterday was the Vanderbilt grad union withdrew their election petition. Just last week, with the UAW, they had filed an election petition and citing the new Trump administration as well as a judge's ruling against the election proceedings. There was a federal court judge that ruled against Vanderbilt being forced to give the typical personal information that a union gets when they file for an election. I don't think that the federal judge officially said these are not workers, therefore they're not eligible for unionization, but they said because of some other law relevant to higher education, they do not have to comply with the NLRA, which says that you have to give the information to the union when there's a union election. And so citing that and the likely not friendly Trump NLRB,
right,
they just withdrew their petition. And so, are we going to see, in 2017, we saw a lot of that too, grad students deciding not to go through with an election. But to a certain extent, right, the cat's out of the bag, and there are now, 80,000 grad student union members? More than there were in
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know the number. It feels like everyone is. It's like such a wave. But yes, the cat is out of the bag. In 2017, you're right. Yeah, I remember. I was part of organizing a grad union at Northeastern University in Boston, and in that era, I think that would have been 2017, 2016, that we were just getting started. 2016, 2015. Yeah, it was such a live question because you didn't want to give the NLRB, you didn't want to give it a chance to set a precedent that, this is why there's so many stupid things in this country, obviously. But the fact that the NLRB flips every 4 years and then they just undo precedents, they're actually, this is a huge problem. And certainly for the grad unions, this has been almost comically absurd in that every 4 years, everyone has to change their strategies to try to avoid screwing over everybody else by either setting a precedent that then gives the judges a chance to say that grad workers aren't workers, and then everyone else is kind of in jeopardy all of a sudden. I do think because these unions now have been around, as you're saying, for some of them for 10 years, some for 2 years, they already have momentums. A lot of them already have contracts. It is hard to see the kind of momentum flipping in the same way it was doing in 2016, 2017. And when I was thinking about the coalitions of higher ed unions, I was also thinking a lot about faculty. There have been various pushes around funding for public universities, around kind of reining in the real estate speculation and endowments that these universities prioritize. Obviously, there's been organizing around the investment in companies that profit from the war on Palestinians. There's all this stuff that I think is already in the works that I'd be curious, in part because these people have, the thing about white collar workers that kind of sometimes bugs people is they're these people are kind of bourgeois. These are well educated, often from sort of more upper class families. And it's like, that's totally true. And also makes me wonder if that means they actually will be able to kind of shift some policies now that they've organized themselves to try to, take back higher education, which, it affects all of us, the fact that it's become such a money-making scheme. And so that's one thing. I mean, again, that's a small thing in the writ large as far as labor stories, but I think it's worth talking about. And so, non-union auto, this is a question. I'm curious what it looks like from where you're sitting, Jacob, because obviously a lot of these efforts have been in the South. Volkswagen, Mercedes, these are places that, the UAW has been focused in on, even though there's other shops in Indiana and, of course, the giant Tesla plant in California that need to be organized. But so far, the focus has been in the South. So I'm curious if you think these things if those efforts have legs. The UAW certainly has committed money and organizers and time to doing this, and certainly needs to do it if it wants to survive. We have half of auto workers in this country are non-union now. And that's just going to get worse as, EV sector grows unless the unions can organize them too. So I'm curious what you think, Jacob, about those campaigns.
Yeah, I think that obviously there are legs. They're kind of definitionally are legs because they have they've committed so much money to the effort, right? I mean, there's a certain level of foundation that just allocating $20 million gives a campaign.
That's true.
Right? But it's, I guess I have been disheartened would be like too strong of a word, I think, but I have been disappointed by the lack of kind of self-organization among some of these non-union automakers, because I know that is I think that was something like the explicit hope when they threw out when they threw out all of these cards and they say, hey, you work for Toyota, sign this card. You work for Rivian, sign this card. You work for Mercedes, sign this card. They had a whole page about it, and I think there was some hope that like we throw open the doors and they're going to come rushing in, and unfortunately we just have not seen that. And so that's been very, very disappointing for me, I think, seeing that there's not just this wave of people that are clamoring to unionize, and it's going to take work. It's going to take a lot of work.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I asked, because it felt like in the immediate months, when I think about these campaigns that actually got to National Labor Relations Board votes, the Mercedes plant in Alabama lost. But very much, part of the story there was, I remember, I don't know if you talked to him yourself at all, but that guy, Jeffrey Kimbrell, who is like the powerhouse worker in that plant, who became like this incredible organizer. And from the outside looking in, and certainly I talked to Jeremy and other people in the UAW, they're like, our organizers were nothing compared to Jeremy and the kind of other core of the organizing committee. And they still lost. At Chattanooga at the Volkswagen plant where they won, which was before that, that was, so Mercedes, the loss was in, I think, May, and I think the win in Chattanooga was April. It seemed at that time like there was momentum, like, they lost at Mercedes, but this is yet another kind of worker-led effort where people just were committed to doing it. And so the UAW correctly was like, okay, let's support this effort and give it a good try. But there haven't been live campaigns since then. There are certainly campaigns like, the EV plants seem to be a little more complicated. There certainly are campaigns in the works in some of these states, but there have not been public campaigns the way that these two were, where it was like at 30% of workers having signed cards, you were having public rallies and kind of the campaign getting like really moving and aggressive and going to war with the politicians in these states. And again, that's 7-8 months ago. So yeah,
they did announce.
It's a bummer.
Yeah, I mean they did announce in like they had videos when Hyundai in Montgomery got 30% and Toyota in Troy, Missouri hit 30%.
Yes.
But yeah, since the Mercedes thing, it's all kind of I still talk to people like at Hyundai and I'm still hearing some things from some other places and it's not as if there's nothing happening, but there's a certain level to which like the progress has stalled. And certainly politically the environment is not getting any friendlier.
Right. I mean, I think that's the thing is that, the whole campaign being predicated on like at 30% we're going public is so unusual, right? Like you usually want to try to get, you don't want anything and you certainly don't want to file or anything like that until you have a super majority. And so that's the only thing is clearly there was only you couldn't do that at many of these places, and that's why they haven't. That's why they haven't started kind of going public, and not just the videos, but like public organizing towards a date, filing for an election. And it's too bad, but it always seemed to me like it was a real, there was a hope that this would work, but it always seemed like a long shot. So I imagine now it's more like traditional campaigns of like slowly building. Where that will go, I think it's hard to predict because, as you said, the environment is now getting worse very, very quickly with Trump's election. It feels like the kind of mood has shifted from people thinking things are possible to people being fairly demoralized. Obviously, that's painting with a broad brush. I don't mean that nobody is like still trying to organize, but it feels, I'm worried that people are starting to hunker down a little bit rather than keep outlaying resources and time and kind of hope in growing organization. So that's I think still significant for sure as far as what we've seen this year that will be worth talking about. And then, we talked about the Amazon strike with the Teamsters. I think, the Teamsters organizing at Amazon and just more generally, the question of Amazon workers writ large and how they're organizing themselves. Those efforts now have been ongoing for like 5-6 years in some places. Some many they've just started in the past year. I think it's just impossible to, even if the number of workers organized and the kind of progress is very minimal so far, like I don't think you could possibly be covering the working class in America and not list Amazon as one of the most significant kind of entities where the future might be decided, because it is such a gigantic employer and a monopoly in so many ways. So obviously I think that story is very significant.
I was talking
Amazon
to somebody,
workers.
Yeah, I was talking to somebody about the Amazon strike yesterday, and they were asking about like the risks, and my assumption of kind of some of the reasons that they were doing it. I mean, obviously they didn't think that this was going to be enough economic pressure to push Amazon to the table, although that was some of the stated stuff, and no doubt they want to put pressure on Amazon, and there's going to be some felt from this, but it's not going to be enough in and of itself to get them to the table. And so my thoughts were that some of the other reasons unstated were that presumably these people that went on strike are going to be able to go back to work, and hopefully that would instill confidence in them individually, but also in other people around the country that see these people that took a pretty kind of daring action, right? And were able to get back to work. So what do you make of that? I mean, does that sound right? And maybe the cat can let us know what she thinks.
Sorry, I had to grab the cat. He was about to jump onto the computer. So everyone, this is Moose, who is still a kitten, as you can see. Hopefully he will now that I've given him attention, he will go away. I didn't want to start disappearing from the screen. I mean, I think that's right. That like at the level of like Amazon is still so early stages that it really does matter that you have like 50 or 100 workers in a shop that now have confidence and have like taken action. That is like really extraordinary. I mean, we know this is not a majority strike. This is not putting enough pressure that Amazon really is going to come to the table yet. And yet at the same time, like, if you're a worker at Amazon, like the fact that you actually struck, and if you're going back to work afterwards, it's just like, it's revolutionary. It feels like you've just, I mean, you watch you talk to the workers, you stand with them outside on the picket line. They can't believe they're on, like, that they're telling their bosses to, like, go, you know, that they're, like, standing up to them. I was watching workers taunting their bosses, and one was saying, and the manager was trying to be, like, cool and friendly, like, you know, kind of dismissing what they were doing. And the worker said, like, if you think we're going to be cool after this, you don't understand what we're doing here. He's like, it's all different now. You don't come back from making us strike in the winter. I mean, it's 20 degrees out in New York right now. And so that kind of stuff actually is significant, I think. So to your point, exactly right. I think these workers understand it's a long fight. People have just seen it at JFK 8, where, again, like, these are indisputably employees who don't have the kind of legal problems that these drivers have. And they also haven't been able to get Amazon to the table and get Amazon to bargain or recognize them whatsoever. So I think, you know, the fact that the Teamsters are trying to get serious and putting, again, resources and, like, time and energy into this, I think, again, if we're listing, like, what are the stories that matter, both, like, what will we remember a few years on, and also what will be part 2 and 3 and 4 that we're talking about a year from now, I think that's another one that obviously has to be on the list.
What do you make of the letter carriers? What do you make of their contract struggle and some of the, some of the rank and file revolt against the tentative agreement from the union? Do you think that that's going to, there are potentials for lasting impacts there, or do you think that this is going to be kind of isolated into that union?
I don't know, because, okay, so for folks who don't know, you know, they had a tentative agreement in the fall, and there was almost no raise to the wages. It was like 1% a year. Tiers were still there. And usually the letter carriers, like, these contracts vote, they pass no problem. They're ratified, you know, without much dispute. This year, there's been, like, a real kind of rank and file outrage and pushback around this bad contract. So they're voting. I think their ballots are back sometime next month. And there's been sort of a real grassroots organizing effort there. As to whether it's going to, like, have momentum, you know, whether they're going to actually vote it down, and even if they don't vote the contract down, whether this will be the start of, like, maybe yet another reform caucus, like we've seen in the UAW and in IATSE and in a few other places. I don't know. I mean, I hope so. It's certainly unusual that they even have this much, even that workers have this much kind of outrage around things. But that is a story that I actually have not really been able to, I haven't dug into it too much. You know, part of the context of why I don't know that and why I keep asking you things is I'm in the midst of writing a book about the past few years. So I've had to stop figuring out new stories. I've had to start tracking the old ones and catching up with them. And so that's one that I really, you know, when I run into folks, they always, that's one that people are talking about a lot, though.
It is interesting. There is a caucus that has been formed. Obviously, remains to be seen what kind of staying power it has. But something that I have noticed putting stuff out online is that and it makes sense, but the transportation sector unions have a very, very lively, like, online kind of media ecosystem within themselves, right? Like, when I started covering some of this letter carrier stuff, I became aware of a podcast that is in the top 100 podcasts on Reddit. Like, it has one of the most active subreddits on the site, and it's just a letter carrier podcast. It's about how to do and it started about, like, how to do grievances good, and it evolved into more of, like, an internal union politics thing. But yeah, it's huge. It is. Can
you say what it is? Give them a plug so I can listen to it.
From
you know
A to arbitration. From A to arbitration.
That's great.
Is the name of the podcast. And yeah, it's enormous. And there's there's this guy, Everything USPS with JH. He's a postal worker, and he has a big, he drives an 18-wheeler or something. And then after he gets off work, he throws on his webcam and he gets like 3, 4, 5, 7, 10,000 views every video. They're just talking about the postal service. Wow. And the Teamsters had a very similar thing with UPS, I mean, there's the Roswell hub, there's and then there's some other things that and it's not affiliated with TDU necessarily. I think there's some alignment there, but
it's funny. I discovered this network within UPSers actually at the prior contract negotiation that in 2016 or 2018, I can't even remember anymore. God, we're getting up there in age, where I wrote an article for the Washington Post, basically, it's not my job to tell workers how to vote on a contract, but basically saying this is a bad contract and explaining what tiers are. And I found out about this because there was a rank and filer who, as far as I understand it, was not really involved with TDU or anything, who had a very popular among his fellow UPSers YouTube channel. And he on the YouTube channel just read my article out loud and was like, this is right, this is correct. And all of a sudden I was getting contacted by all of these UPS rank and filers. It was like the most convenient thing in the world for me. And I was like, where are they coming from? And it was from that guy's YouTube channel.
Was it the Roswell hub?
I don't think that's what it was. I can't remember exactly. I should remember, but it was so long ago. Anyway, yeah, you're right. I mean, I think this also leads into the other like elephant in the room, which is like, what will a Trump administration do and mean, and how's it going to change and affect these things? And certainly, the stuff Trump's been saying about I'm going to privatize the post office. This is relevant to that.
I just had and so with our contract, with our Postal Service contract coverage, we've picked up a lot of letter carriers, and some of them conservative, and some of them called in after the election and were like, we're super pumped. And I was like, what do you think about Trump wanting to privatize the Postal Service? This is before the most recent thing. And he was like, he doesn't want to do that. And I was like, no, he put out a plan in 2018 to do it from his Office of Management and Budget. And he was like, oh, I didn't know that. I don't think he really wants to do it. And so he called back in. He called back in after this most recent story. And he was like, yeah, that's really bad. I'm going to be trying to talk to my representatives. And he talked about how, their union has had Democrats come and talk to them about why letter carriers should vote for them. And he has tried, because he's a Republican letter carrier and active in his union, he's tried to get the Republicans to come, and they won't come because they don't care, is my interpretation. He didn't say this, but I say they don't care about letter carriers, and they particularly don't care about union letter carriers. And so it was just, it was interesting, seeing him kind of think through that and be like, I don't want us to be privatized. It would be bad. Presumably I would lose my pension, and like agreeing with kind of the things that I talked about with the problems with privatization. And so, I don't know. It's going to be that'll be an interesting fight if Trump really goes to the mat on that. I think it'll have a hard time getting through Congress, especially with the dynamics of the Postal Service. Like really a subsidy for rural America, and rural America being so conservative. So I think it would have a hard time passing, but I don't know. We'll see.
And even if there's an attempt, though, I mean, it sort of puts a very high profile fight into one of, also the union, like the Postal Workers Union itself is so important. It's historically been like incredibly important for Black workers as like, kind of lifting people's like wages on average in certain communities, like all of this stuff, and wildcat strikes in the 70s at the postal workers being like this catalyst that kind of inspired a lot of other workers, and even in the private sector. I feel like a fight front and center that involves both letter carriers, postal workers, like that would be interesting. I hope you're right that it couldn't actually pass. But it does bring to mind like the specter of a high profile battle like Reagan and the air traffic controllers, and then of course there's other stuff like we're going to have a management side NLRB all of a sudden, conservative rulings. Who knows how much that's going to matter? It's certainly not going to help things. Trump himself, just like in the first term, there was stuff around curtailing overtime protections, workplace regulations, all these things that just sort of chip away in a less dramatic sense any kind of security or standards of the working class, especially public sector, but also, private, as far as we're thinking about the NLRB rulings. So I think that's bad. I think that's not going to, and then there's this sort of vibes that I was talking about with the UAW campaign, like the feeling actually matters too. And I feel like the Trump election the feeling has changed of people being ambitious and feeling like they can win. I think these things are actually, I don't normally talk like that, but I feel like I actually, when I'm speaking to workers all across sectors, there's like a defeatism, like people feel defeated. And whether that's going to affect things, I mean, I'm certain it will. Hopefully, what I'm saying is like just the dark view. And obviously, as people are under attack, they fight back. My hope is that, the fact that Trump is so attacking so many types of people and types of sectors and types of workers would force everybody to actually be working together, which obviously historically for the American labor movement has not been a strength. And so, for example, you think about the mass deportations, this is a labor issue. How do unions respond to that? And I don't know. Certainly, the mainstream unions will say that they oppose this and that they want to fight on this. What it's going to look like if those plans actually come to fruition from the Trump administration, I don't know. I couldn't pretend to know how labor is going to respond.
Yeah, and we're moving into kind of the 2025 conversation. Obviously, there were other stories in 2024. I mean, Starbucks, the longshoremen, and I think the longshoremen it'll come up pretty quickly in 2025, definitionally. In January, the contract extension is up, and so we're going to see if they get a deal or not, and if they're going to have to strike again. But talking about just the kind of the kind of vibes and the vibes of defeatism that people are the concern that people are having from the Trump administration. The fact that you're hearing that from workers is an interesting juxtaposition in my mind to some of the folks that kind of are on the left, I think, like, the Young Turks and Cenk Uygur that are kind of trying to make the case that there's going to be some bad things for sure, like particularly on immigration and on social issues, but like this is a new MAGA is what he's calling it, and it's like right-wing populist, and it's going to be great, and we're going to be able to do some good things for workers. We're going to maybe be able to cut the Pentagon. We're going to be able to maybe tax the rich and do some things like this, and so like. What do you make of the fact that there are some people it seems like trying to make this happen or wish this into existence? Like, is there any tea leaves that you're seeing that would lead you to have confidence in the kind of pro-worker conservatism a la J.D. Vance, Josh Hawley, and presumably Donald Trump that some people are trying to say there is?
I mean, the short answer is not really, right? I mean, it's very strange and so stupid to talk about. I feel bad for anybody who has to listen to this, but like people, the only things I see as possibly being a motivation for pro-worker policy or changes or anything are like owning the libs. So I can imagine like, Hawley and Trump passing, like supporting something that, a one-off, whether it's for that particularly helps the Teamsters or, particularly helps a blue collar, particularly white guy kind of sector. Maybe it's manufacturing. I don't know. I mean, it's ironic because Trump himself has stiffed like construction workers in his own jobs. Like I could see something like that just for the sake of being able to then say, see, we're pro-worker. But the actual commitments here are like they don't exist, and there's no basis for it. Josh Hawley, for example, who's like, so phony that like, workers in his state often talk about him changing into like, his blue jeans before he comes and joins the picket line. And they know that's like, he only keeps those blue jeans to wear on the picket line. Otherwise he's like a, fancy Ivy League guy. Like, he may, he's saying things because he's courting these votes, whether it's from like the sort of Teamsters or especially or kind of other fragments that, of the media that are trying to push this stuff, the MAGA populism. Like he'll say he supports whether it's joint employer status for like companies like Amazon, things like that. Like these people will sometimes say things for the sake of like owning the libs again or owning the left, people like me. But then you look at their votes and it's just like, they're undoing the very things they're pretending to support. Whether it's who they're backing for, appointments in the Trump administration, whether it's their records on the actual votes and policies and legislation that would create, whether it's joint employer status or any other kind of worker power. Like, it's easy to say these things because then you get a news cycle out of it saying, like, look how pro-worker the new right wing is. But like, talk is cheap, right? This is the saying. And the votes just don't back it up. I find it frustrating because it feels like people want to be a sucker. And I just wish people had a little more like respect for working people, not to mislead them in this way.
The Hawley thing has been this week particularly frustrating because he just got a news cycle out of like ostensibly advocating for joint employer when literally the week before he voted against reconfirming Lauren McFerrin.
Yes.
And
right.
like I made that point on Twitter and Zaid Jilani and it got enough it got enough traction that Zaid Jilani found it and he was like chastising me about ultimately the NLRB vote was not super meaningful, we'll see. He wants a Republican to appoint a pro-worker person to the NLRB, and so we'll see what happens there. But like we have no reason to expect that that's going to happen.
Yeah.
And so, like, what do you mean the vote for the NLRB is not meaningful? Like, if just one of these people, if Hawley had switched his vote, we would have a pro-worker NLRB. Yeah. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean?
I mean, people like that. I mean, he in particular just seems like a dumb guy. Like, he just has no idea, again, what he's talking about on the subject, which makes sense. It's not like it takes a lot. Right. It's really hard to figure out this stuff, and to like the labor beat is not like super accessible all the time. Right. Like but you got to know your lane if you're going to speak up so much. That said, I think there's another layer here beyond like these people being phony in this way, which is like, I was talking to people after Trump won who like, we were talking about some article, right? Of course, we know that union members did vote Democrat at a higher percentage than the general public, but it is the case that some workers are being won to the right wing and to Trump. And that's just a fact. And a friend and I, and the friend is queer, we're talking about this, and she's like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I'm not saying like screw workers. She's like, I think these people like hate me more than like, than the other, like, she's like, I think that's what's motivating them. And look, I'm a worker too. And this is really splitting my ability to organize with people. And I think that's happening in locals. I think that's happening across unions. I think that's happening in particular geographic locales. Like, this entire moment is about, it really is dividing the working class in this way that I think has extremely pernicious consequences when it comes to fighting back on anything. If workers are not, I feel like the theme of the past few years, and not at all because of Biden, I think in part because of the conditions of the pandemic mostly, was a question. It felt like people were like purposely trying to be more unified and reach across not just unions, but sectors and demographics, kind of understanding that like we need everybody if we're ever going to be able to flip the momentum against capital. And it feels like this moment, the fact that we're even talking about like, is Josh Hawley pro-worker? I'm just like, we are now moving so far from the idea that like, no, the workers actually have to organize against all of these people who are taking their money and their livelihood and their ability to actually live. It just feels like now there's so much recrimination. And I think it's totally fair. Like to the friend in question, I was like, I don't think I can argue with you. Like, if you say you don't care about these people and you think they're motivated by hatred of trans people, like, I think you have a point there. Like, I'm certainly not going to tell you you're wrong. And so that sucks.
Yeah, I think I mean, for sure, there's some of that. And that is particularly frustrating to me because, like, I came from a socially conservative background, very, very socially conservative. In fact, like, the social politics were the only politics that mattered to my family, and they were very much that way. And so when I first voted in 2016, I assumed that I was going to be voting in the GOP primary for president. But I also knew that I didn't really know anything about politics, particularly economics, and like I cared about stuff like that. And so like I watched the debates, I started reading, I started trying to figure out, and like I was immediately convinced on the economic argument. Like it was, I was immediately like, oh yeah, why would I give more money to rich people and expect them to like give it to me for some reason? Like, no, we should just have the government take it. Like I was super convinced, like totally. And so like I voted for Bernie Sanders, even as I still also believe that gay marriage should be illegal and abortion should be illegal. And thinking that Black Lives Matter was like very, very scary. Right. And so like I've had that space and I cared more about making the minimum wage higher and getting people health care than I cared about these other things, because ultimately, even though I had policy preferences in these social lanes, it's like, I think it's more important that people have health care than gay people can't get married. Like it just, and so it's very, very frustrating for me that there are people that have the opposite thing, that there are people that do care more about trans people not being able to be trans than they care about their union.
Yeah. And to be clear, like, I think it's just, it's the conservative machine in the media and it's certainly the Trump project is like, this sort of the simplistic kind of dogmatic way to describe it is like the ruling class uses social issues to fragment people and distract them from the economics. And of course, that's like a little simplified, but like, it's not wrong. That's basically correct. And like, Sanders was great in that, not because he's perfect or whatever, but like he was really good at saying like, no, that stuff, he basically thinks that, right? He basically said, these things are meant to divide you. What matters is that you all have health care and like a living wage and unions and stuff. And like that was a winning argument and very useful for those of us on the left who want to organize people. It feels like people are now being disorganized. And as I said, like the division, and that is a problem. Like that really is going to be, it's frustrating. It's certainly dangerous. And like, it sucks to see people being used as suckers in this way, is how I feel about it. So I guess that probably covers what the next year looks like, which is like, there's going to have to be a lot of work done that I think it didn't feel like had to be a priority, or maybe, in a different way it was a priority. And now there's just like momentum towards dividing people that you now have to spend a lot of time and energy trying to counter.
Right. Yeah. Alex Press, award-winning journalist, staff writer at Jacobin Magazine. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Folks, you are still listening to the Valley Labor Report. My name is Jacob Morrison. I am joined by Alex Edward from Minion Death Cult. Alex, welcome to the program. Thanks for taking the time.
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for having me, man.
Absolutely. I just finished pre-taping an interview with another Alex, Alex Press from Jacobin. We were talking about the year in review. So 2 Alexes in a row.
Although
people won't be hearing it as 2 Alexes in a row, but that's how I'm experiencing it. So what they do over on Minion Death Cult, I think folks kind of have the idea. You've been on the program before, but you take a look at the news through Meemaw's Facebook comments, and I think that's a very fun concept. So what we did is I pulled some of the funnier comments from our YouTube page, and we're going to react to them, and we've got some all-timers here, and we'll start with this one from when we covered the Act 10 being overturned in Wisconsin. Act 10, for those of you who don't know, was a very kind of generally all-encompassing anti-public sector union law in Wisconsin, and it like took away collective bargaining rights, made pay go down. It was just really, really bad for like teachers and public sector workers generally in Wisconsin. And that law has been overturned now. So we talked about that, very excited about it. And we had some comments. Bob CX4ZE said, public sector union, quote unquote, is just a fancy way of saying legalized extortion, quote unquote. So I guess, Alex, what do you make of that legalized extortion?
Yeah, it's kind of, when you hear about like legalized extortion through, because I've been a Teamster for 18 years. When you hear about legalized extortion in the realm of unions or whatever, it's usually like oh, they're extorting the union dues out of the members, and I have no choice in withholding my union. That's why we need right to work laws or whatever. But I think this seems to be saying that because there are workers within the government, that's robbery. I think this is like a taxation is theft argument. It really seems like that, but he's just, he knows that people have already heard the phrase taxation is theft. So he wants to maybe elevate it a little bit and bring it up to, legalized extortion or whatever. This is, of course, like more histrionics from the anti-labor right. It's funny because, it also reminds me of this sort of like, not Ayn Rand, Rand Paul argument about how you can't have public health care because that would imply that you're forcing doctors to work.
Right.
Which is also a very confusing argument. It's like, well, there's got to be people doing stuff in government. You're just anti-government. Just say you're anti-government. Like I don't know. It seems like a long way to beat around the bush.
Yeah, and the folks who say that like the doctor would be a slave in the situation that we have public health care, I never hear them address just for one, like, you don't have to be a doctor. You could be literally anything else. So like nobody is.
No, Stalin himself is gonna fucking rap on your door with an AK-47 and get her a surgical suite now.
Yeah. But like also all of these people support, although in a very degraded and not good way, like the system of public defense. Like none of these people would say that we should, or generally maybe Rand Paul would, but most people support the idea that you have a right to a trial, to a fair trial with a jury of your peers. And this all requires the labor of others, right? It requires a judge, it requires a public defender, it requires 12 people to be on a jury, and all of this kind of, and so like everybody who's ever served on a jury, does that mean you're a slave? Does it mean you're a slave if you're a public defender? Like what's the, it's not a very robust argument, it doesn't seem.
I think a lot of these people would argue that, yes, police officers are slaves. They're beholden to the woke plantation. They're forced to never use their firearms and never kill unarmed, defenseless people, which they should be allowed to do that, I think.
Yeah, for sure. And so, I responded because in basically the same level of rigor that this person responded. Like he just asserted public sector unionism is legalized extortion. And I also think that part of that was like when people say that public sector shouldn't be able to unionize, it's part of it is they have ostensibly a problem with us as public sector employees bargaining against the taxpayer, right? I think that's part of it, that we're extorting the taxpayer for more money. But, none of the argument was laid out. It was just an assertion. And so I just asserted back. I said, no, it's not. And you're a dumbass. And
you can't even sorry, real quick, as a public sector union member, like respect. My dad is a public sector union member. Like respect to you. Also, you're the most whipped union members in the country. Like you can't even fucking strike, Like look at what the post office is going through right now. If you're looking to make an argument against how strong unions are, the public sector is not the way to do it.
Exactly. And so, I said, no, it's not, and you're a dumbass. And then Mr. Blue Man 999 here took offense to that. And he said, dude, when the only comment on your video is disagreeing with you and your only response is to insult them, it doesn't make you look smart or believable. When the only thing you can do is insult someone, then you've already lost the argument. Also, I don't really know how I feel about unions, but every union worker I've worked with are just the most useless people I've ever met, always pushing the work onto other people. I had to quit a job because of a single union guy making everybody's life harder. Now, there's like a lot. This guy has a lot of like trauma that he needs to go to a therapist about, right? But the first part, the idea that I have to take time out of my day to write an essay every time somebody disagrees with me on my YouTube channel, I'm sorry, that's not the way that it works. We're live, and I encourage people to call in when we're live, 844-899-TVLR. I love getting into arguments, but also I have a fucking job, right? I've got a job and I have to work. And so I'm sorry, I can't write an essay every time somebody says dumb bullshit, you know?
I just think as a professional radio broadcaster, you should know that sort of getting into arguments with people, it's not a good look. All right. You right. Disagreeing, calling people names. This type of stuff is never entertaining. This type of stuff is never successful for a radio program or YouTube channel. Yes. I mean, sorry, Mr. Blue Man, the algorithm says we have to respond to every comment in order to send viewers our ways. So blame the system once again, Mr. Blue Man.
There you go. There you go. And now the last line here, I thought was fascinating. I had to quit a job because of a single union guy making everybody's life harder. Like, what was the dynamic in that workplace? I wonder, because was the workplace unionized and there was somebody that he felt like was taking advantage of it? Or was this a non-union workplace and there's just this one guy paying dues to the IWW or something that was like...
I love the idea. I love this folk tale, this fucking Randian horror gothic tale about a single union guy haunting the job site and they couldn't get any work done. This guy was so lazy. He made all of us worse. He radiated union union ethos into all of us and made the job impossible.
Yeah,
he sounds like a cool guy. I'm gonna be honest. We're all working here, and this guy gets paid probably twice as much as we do to apparently do no work. I mean, it sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, he's somehow been able to negotiate a union contract for himself. That he is a one-person bargaining unit, and he's got it in his contract. I get paid twice the rate of these non-union schmucks, and I don't have to work, and also I get to smack the boss on the face when I come into the door.
Yeah, that's in the contract. And I love, look up, if you worked in the same industry where there are unionized workers, it seems like there's a chance you're making prevailing wage. You're making what you're making because of the existence of a union. Right. For anybody who doesn't know, look up prevailing wage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, and just recently we saw with the Boeing stuff where the folks in the Pacific Northwest, they went on strike and they got the raise up to 40% over 4 years from the first offer was 25. And it was actually effectively more like 12%, according to some of the people that I talked to, because the initial offer of 25% removed the annual bonus, which was something like 1 to 4% every year. And so
companies love contract time because they love coming up with ways they can try to humiliate you. Yes. They love coming up with weird ways where it's you have to dig for the disrespect and you're like, what? Right. Why did you guys do this?
Yeah, exactly. And so they got a 40% raise. They got it was a 10 or 12% raise on the first year. And Boeing South Carolina facility, Boeing just announced they're going to give a 9% raise to plus a $12,000 retention bonus to these people, these non-union workers in South Carolina. And I'm just going to tell you, it's not a coincidence that happened immediately after the Boeing contract was won in the Pacific Northwest. That's not a coincidence.
Yeah, every time UPS has a new contract, FedEx workers get a raise. That's just the way it works. And a rising tide, an actual rising tide for workers does lift. It doesn't have to trickle down. That's the thing is I don't want to sidetrack it too much, but I had an interesting post in one of my UPS Facebook groups where somebody said, admit it, you only want Amazon to join the Teamsters so they can help boost your pension. And I was like, how is this a gotcha? Of course we want more members to boost the pension because it'll also boost their pension. That's not a gotcha. And that's the great thing about class politics is for the class, it's benefit. You're self-interested. You're acting on sure, my self-interest coincides with these other workers or whatever, but I'm actually getting something out of it. It's something that motivates me to do better, not just altruism. It's not just think of your coworker, think of the other workers. It's also, I'm going to fucking get something for this. Right. And that's the great thing about I don't have to be shameful about being yes, unionizing Amazon will help me. That's good. It'll help all of us. That's the idea of a union.
Yeah, exactly. And there was another extortion comment on the same one. This person, Rando Muser 3555, said, whenever I hear of any union having troubles, I think of the longshoremen and the Soprano-like boss that used mafia tactics to extort the U.S. economy. Striking is not a mafia tactic. A mafia tactic would be assassinating the CEO of the ocean carrying companies or something. That would be like if we wanted to organize like a mafia, that would be like a mafia thing to do. Striking and withholding your labor is not a mafia thing. He literally bragged he had the U.S. economy by the balls. That's because their labor is valuable, right? Yeah. It's really hard
because they are the economy. They're running the economy right there.
Exactly. It's really hard to sympathize with a union after that. Also, I work in the trucking industry, and the Teamsters are the bane of my existence. They just are terrible. Also, feel free to insult or delete this. I've said my piece. Merry Christmas. I love the people that think that, that I care enough to delete their comments when it's not anything it's just stupid, but it's not bigoted or anything like that. It's just why would I care enough to delete your very silly comment?
Because it's too powerful. Can't let other people see this and be swayed.
Right. Exactly. So yeah, I don't think it's a bad thing that workers recognize that they run the economy. They are the economy. Without workers, the economy doesn't run. And us leveraging that power is not a bad thing.
It's just the only way to do it. Ascribing morals to it, we get there is moral benefits to having a union. I think there's a moral what do you call it, angle to having a nice life and having a home and having stability and healthcare and all that. There's absolutely a moral argument to be made. But we live in a capitalist system, and if this is the way the companies are going to treat the rest of it, not just workers, but the consumer, every citizen, then we also have the right to use that system in the way that we can, which is by flexing on the bosses. And it's just an argument. It comes down to who has more power. It comes down to who's going to win. It comes down to who is going to side with whom. And I think labor has a very good argument for all of those. And it's just, it's just the real politic of it. Sorry that workers aren't going to be oh, shucks, yeah, it would be mean to hold the boss's feet to the fire. So I guess I'm not going to get raised for the 5th year in a row. That's not going to happen. People aren't like that.
Yeah, exactly. So here's a different one, and this has been going around, and this has been particularly frustrating for me as a federal employee union member. The stuff that Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy and now Joni Ernst are trying to get in and talk about, and that's where this guy Mark CM4HY. These are some of the most crazy usernames. I don't understand why people would, but anyway, Mark CM.
I think what it is, this is like what YouTube generates. If you don't have an idea for a username, you give them your first name and then they generate a string of characters after it. I think it's like what Twitter used to do as well. That's the meme. Hey, Mark, bunch of numbers. Let's hear your fucking totally valid opinion.
I see. Okay. So, this guy said, let's talk about, and he's responding on a video where I'm responding to his argument. I literally, I spent 40 minutes breaking down what Vivek was saying and pointing to why it's not correct. And literally, I talked about the exact statistic that he's about to bring up. And it's just so frustrating. So he says, let's talk about federal employees, of which only 6% bother to show up for work. How ridiculous. I talked about that in the video. And
have you thought about how this guy's seen that meme more than once? I think you might have to address it more than once to our satisfaction.
Yeah, exactly. But and one of the things that I said in the video is that if you can hear
the statistic that 6% of only 6% of all federal employees are at work in person every single day. Like, if you can hear that and not be like, that's got to for sure be bullshit. That can't be true, right? Like, that has to be the first thought that you have if you are not living in cuckoo land, because federal employees, VA workers, people who work at the commissary, federal wildland firefighters, Bureau of Prison Guards, right? There's all sorts of folks like that all across the country. And my union, AFGE, has gone into this, and these agencies have to report telework data to the federal government. So we have like super, super detailed data about who is teleworking. 54% of all federal workers are always in person every day because they literally can't do their jobs from home, like a VA nurse or something, right? They can't do their jobs from home.
How is a prison guard going to smuggle in drugs to his prison over Zoom?
Exactly. You just can't do that. And so
it's also like telework, you're still fucking doing a job. I don't know, right. I don't know what real estate company you work for, Mark, bunch of letters, but like, just, I don't know. People know that, like, if you're doing a job on the computer, you could fucking do that job at home. Like, nobody else has this weird, like seemingly religious, like it is like a Protestant mindset thing. You have to go into work in order to do work. And I mean, just on the face of it, it's such an absurd argument because, Vivek and Elon, they're talking about how they're going to save money by forcing everybody to go into, fluorescently lit buildings that have to be maintained. Like, nobody actually believes that's going to save money, because any credible study shows that working from home saves the company money. And this is an argument that I've made a couple times on our show. If we were a proper fucking nation, we could argue that working from home is actually a benefit to the employer, and we should therefore be compensated part of my mortgage or part of my rent that I have to dedicate to work. You know what I'm saying? But we can't even have that discussion because these people are so twisted. Their brains are so fucked up, are so messed up, that this is what we're left arguing against.
Yeah, it's so frustrating, and I've been listening to as a federal employee and talking about this on the radio. I have listened to half a dozen congressional hearings about telework, and I have been expecting at least one congressperson to have one statistic about one agency that they have been able to twist into showing that somehow federal workers are less productive at home, or there's like less mission success at home or something like that. I've expected, like, sure, because there must be somewhere, there must be some department in the federal government. There has to be, just like statistically, there must be somewhere, some department at some agency that for whatever reason the people have been less productive at home. It has to exist somewhere, and yet they have spent so many hours just in these hearings, much less the prep for it. And they haven't brought a single one iota of evidence of this. They're just pointing to, like, oh, they're not in the office. Well, point to me that they're not being productive, and then maybe we can have a conversation. But I have genuinely been shocked. Every time they do one of these, I'm expecting that there's something going to be there, and there's not. And it's amazing how they can go on this diatribe about it with zero evidence.
Yeah, it's just part and parcel with like the right's outlook on humanity, which is extraordinarily pessimistic and obviously anti-worker, but like pessimistic about humanity in general. And to them, they don't have to have statistics. It just, the argument makes sense because people are lazy. Everybody who's not me is lazy and a liar and will try to get out of, doing a good job for their boss if they can. So obviously these people are being less productive.
So then he says, you guys are a couple socialist, Marxist, communist liberals, which is fun. Why don't you go out? go out and get a real job like everyone else. We have a real job instead of living in your parents' basements. Actually, we have multiple jobs. Actually, my co-host Adam both works for Alabama Arise, and then he's also a union stagehand. And then we do a radio show. So,
yeah.
How many jobs do you have, Mark CM4HY? Probably only one, because you're lazy.
That's why this guy asked you to address the meme that you've already addressed in the video, is because this guy's brain is just full of fucking memes. I can't believe he did the socialist, Marxist, communist liberals. Like this seems like this seems like a parody of a comment that would have been written genuinely 10 years ago.
Right.
Right. Mommy's basement. That's a meme. Playing Call of Duty. Is that game still around? That's a meme. Hot Pockets and Coke for dinner. These are all like, he didn't say chicken tendies even, like incredible.
So I also called this guy a dumbass. Told him if you watch the video, you'd see that we addressed the claim, citing. Oh, and this 6% number, by the way, just so that you can know, the 6% number that Joni Ernst is going around in what she's calling her report. That number comes from an online voluntary poll that you
got to answer if you read all the way through a Daily Wire article.
At the end of an online news website about the federal government, about work in, what are the agencies doing with their employees? What's kind of like a business magazine, but about the federal government. And it's only online, called Fed News Now or something like that. And so look, obviously VA nurses and people like that can read Fed News Now, but probably they're not going to be as likely to read fednewsnow.com as somebody who does have a desk job and is reading about telework. And so this was a telework poll that fednewsnow.com did, and only 6% of respondents to this online poll that was not scientific. It was not, it was not randomly selected people. It was just anybody who read this one article could respond to that poll. 6% of people that responded to that poll had jobs where they came into the office every single day. But obviously that is not representative. And they say it's not representative.
Yeah.
The Office of Management and Budget has the representative thing, and they say 54% of all federal workers are not even eligible for telework. Of the 45% that are eligible for it, only 10% are remote, and the remaining portion that are eligible for it and do a hybrid kind of thing, they work 64% of their hours in the office. So even among people that can telework, 60% of the hours are done in the office. So I don't know. It's crazy.
I get it. I'm jealous too. I would like to work from home. That seems like I have a job such that I can't do that. I'm happy with my job, so I'm not going to change my career or anything like that. But yeah, I would love to do that. But you don't have to be angry about it. You can be happy for somebody else getting to work from home. The poll respondent thing reminds me of, I think when we were talking about, we were talking about maybe the O'Brien, the possible O'Brien endorsement of Trump, the possible Teamsters endorsement of Trump. I think we talked about that. And you asked me if I had ever been polled as to who I preferred for president, leading up to that supposed endorsement or whatever. And I was like, I don't remember getting a card in the mail or anything like that or voting. It was in Teamsters magazine. There was a QRC code that you could scan. I only voted because somebody sent me the link from TDU or something like that.
Right.
The only way to vote was you had to scan a QRC code in the magazine or be part of an online group that shared this out with everybody. And so that's why if you look at the endorsement polls from the locals where they had town halls and brought the active member, people who normally go to their fucking union halls to participate in meetings and stuff, went for the Democrats, whereas the people who just, are purely online individuals, possibly very deranged, went for Trump. And so that's why, when they were releasing these results of who the Teamsters voted for or whatever, I was just like, this isn't even enough to release. Why would you even release this shit? Because it was I can't remember how many percent of people actually voted in that poll, but it was very low. It was very low, like maybe even the single digits.
Yeah. So yeah, I said, hey, dumbass, I responded to this, watched the video, and then he said, ad hominem is a logical fallacy that occurs when someone attacks a person.
Fell right into his trap.
It's like, no, even if it is an ad hominem, the idea that this guy who's calling me entitled says I'm a socialist, Marxist, communist, liberal, saying that I live in my parents' basement and all this, like, you started the ad hominem. Like,
yeah. And you already did a whole debate thing in the video. So you got that part out of the way. Now you get to just engage in ad hominem. It's fine to do ad hominem if you already did the argument or whatever. Ad hominem is just fun,
Exactly. And if he wanted to respond, he could have. Like, if you wanted to respond to the argument, you could have, but he just responded to the argument that I already dealt with in the video. You were talking about the endorsement thing, and there was this one comment that I don't really have much to say about, but I just thought it was interesting. I did a video about what does the election mean for the Nippon U.S. Steel deal. U.S. Steel, longtime steel manufacturer in the United States. Nippon is a Japanese steel manufacturer that are wanting to buy U.S. Steel. Most politicians are against it. Biden is against it, and it looks like it's going to fail, in part because of that. Trump also against it. And so we talked about that. And this guy, Steven Torres, NYCCA, said voting for Democrats was a fumbled move. And that's just, I'm curious, like, from which timeline is he commenting? Like, is he commenting from the timeline where Kamala Harris is president-elect? Or, like, what is he even trying to say here? Do you have any?
Yeah, where's this comment? Sorry.
This is the last one. Voting Dem is a fumble. He said voting for Democrats was a fumbled move.
Yeah, I don't know. He probably thinks like he hates unions so much. He isn't aware of the right-wing meme that the unions have shifted right and are now Republicans through and through. Like, I think he's like got his wires crossed or something like that. Because there's like a lot of reporting about how, is labor going to move right? And like, oh, look at Josh Hawley. And you guys cover this stuff all the time, of course. Right. And like, wow, Trump and JD Vance, the most pro-labor Republican. I mean, fucking, this is what Sean O'Brien said when he went to the RNC. Like that's the meme right now. And I think this guy is like not content to take the W with the overarching media narrative, and still has to be a little weenie contrarian crybaby against something that nobody is even really talking about.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Because I think if you do look at exit surveys, majority of union members voted for Democrats. Over 50% of union members did vote for Democrats, including like if you had a union member in your household, you were also more likely to vote for Democrats. So that is what I use to push back against the idea that supposedly the unions are totally captured by the right wing now, yada, yada, yada. But that's been totally ignored. That's not part of the narrative that Democrats still are voting, or sorry, that union members still are voting for Democrats.
Right. So there's a few more. We talked about a similar comment, I think, last time you were on, or one of the times that we've had you on, but it's come up again, the trying to buy stocks as a way to change the company. So I don't know if you've developed any more jokes about this one, but this guy is responding to a comment that I on a video or is commenting on a video about Amazon worker organizing that we did, and so this guy's name is Darius318, and he said one thing I never understood is if the company cares more about satisfying stockholders than employees, why don't the employees buy up a lot of stock and demand as shareholders to pay employees more? And so have you been able to develop any foolproof responses to this one yet?
Yeah, I mean, you just got to show them how much stock millionaires own in the company, how much stock like the company itself owns in the company. I don't know. Yeah, I had a guy say something like we were talking about erosion of UPS's services and how we're doing things in the company that do not benefit the customer, let alone the employee, but stuff that just does not benefit the customer, that actually harms the customer. For instance, like I don't want to highlight this because again, like my personal success is tied to the company's success. And I want the company to do well, but like us closing our customer counters across the country, a very anti-customer move. Very like that is going to result in a lot of pissed off people when they can't just come down to the building and get their package because of whatever, because mistakes happen. Package gets on the wrong truck. It doesn't go out. They need it tonight, yada, yada, yada. Well, now you got to wait for us to send it to like a third party UPS store or whatever. That's going to become the new customer counter. And so just these issues come up in these Facebook groups and I see them, and the common response is, well, the company runs at the behest of the shareholders now. That's who we're trying to appease. We're not worried about appeasing the customer. And this has been a meme since the company went public. Like UPS has not always been a publicly traded company. And that's been the meme even from the old timers. They're like, this company fucking went downhill the second we started answering to shareholders. Yada, the founder would be rolling in his grave, yada, yada, yada. These are like common sentiments within the workforce. And, I said something to that effect. Well, when a company's run to benefit the shareholders, like stuff like this that seemingly doesn't make sense is what you get. And then, somebody responded, well, have you ever thought about becoming a shareholder? And it's like, yeah, do you know how any of this works? Do you think they do a roll call where everybody who owns like a single share in the company, you get to vote. It's drowned out by the people who have tens. Have you seen that episode of Futurama? Like there's episodes of TV that explain to you how insignificant your fucking several shares of a company are compared to the people who actually own 30% of your company, like fucking Warren Buffett. Why don't you just go outvote Warren Buffett with your dollar, genius?
Well, I hear you. But have you ever considered that you can buy partial shares and that partial shares add up?
They add to a whole share. Wow, that's true. I never thought about that.
Okay.
Partial shares add up. Yeah, that's what Darius. Yeah, that's true. I mean, you can't deny that. And if you call him an idiot or something, he's going to hit you with that ad hominem. So you're kind of fucked.
Yeah. I've got to write an essay responding to it, explaining everything. Otherwise, I'm not engaging in good faith.
It's just like, how rich people control everything. Like, come on, like
why don't
me
you
in
just
the
be
middle.
rich?
but it's just like you, even as this weird like contrarian guy, that rich people control everything. You know it. You've made up excuses about, well, they're just the rich people that have friends. And they have friends in the government, and that's why they're powerful. Other rich people who don't have friends in the government aren't as powerful or whatever. Like you've made up all these little carve-outs or whatever, but you have to admit money is power. You have to admit at the very fucking least that money is power in this country. Do you not see how somebody with an exponential more amount of it might have more of a say in the company,
Well, partial shares add up though, Alex, so I don't know what else... I don't know what's not getting through to you there on that one.
I mean, in Office Space, they had partial pennies that added up to thousands and thousands of dollars in that scam they were trying to pull.
There you go. Maybe we could do something like that.
Yeah.
I don't think that we responded to this one or to a sentiment like this last time we've had you on, but this is also a very, very common one. Chiding unions about being political, saying that unions shouldn't be political. This one was a comment that was left on a video where we were relaying some of the labor movement's reaction to Bernie Sanders' arms blockade being voted down in the Senate. Bernie Sanders put forward a resolution to block arms sales to Israel because of what's going on in Gaza. And folks who listen to the show know that, the labor movement has all but unanimously called for a ceasefire in Gaza, and unions representing approximately half of the labor movement have called for an arms embargo at this point, because of what's going on. And so this guy left a comment saying that unions should stop trying to be political animals and, I don't know, support the union workers you are being paid to support. And, you know, I have thoughts about that, but Alex, I guess what are your initial reactions to people saying that we should not be engaging in politics?
Yeah, I mean, that's another really successful campaign that the right wing has done to say that let's not make economics political, guys. That's been incredibly successful. Politics is not how much I get paid at work, or how long my life is, or what quality of life it is going to be, or any of these actual important things. Politics is what race the actors are in the commercial for Dove soap. That's what real, and so that part of it is to be expected. Unions stop trying to be political or whatever. You can maybe have a fruitful conversation with somebody who does say these memes or does say these right-wing ideas. You could be like, actually, these are pretty political fights that we're having, and this is like the one arena where we can actually win them. You could have that argument that would be, I think, good. But then the idea that by supporting an arms embargo, you're not supporting the union members or whatever, I can see that being a thornier argument to try and have with somebody who's maybe not sympathetic with Gaza, not even pro-Israel, just doesn't give a fuck about anything that's not them or the country or whatever. And I would just fall back to my old argument that, it's a class argument. Like, even if you don't think it's going to, helping people in Gaza is going to help you, it will. You should want to help people because it's the right thing to do, but you should also want to help the people of Gaza so they're not, having weapons of war and domestic suppression tested on them for the last 30 years that will then be used against you the next time you try to go on strike for your rights. These struggles are absolutely interconnected, and some of them do take a little bit of extrapolation to try and connect, but the connection is there.
For sure. And, somebody the idea that war is not a working class issue is just such a kind of silly thing. What is happening right now is that the tax dollars of the public money that is, owned by working people ostensibly, we're supposed to be the owners of our government, is going to buy weapons that will be used by people that would be working class in Israel that are conscripted to use on working class people in Palestine. And the idea that the organized voice of the working class in America should not have a say in that is just so asinine. It just is not. It is not a sensical thing to believe. And like you said, I think that's a really important point to make, that the kind of the narrowing of politics into something that is not meaningful,
it's just aesthetic or cultural. Yeah,
exactly. It is so harmful, and it is important to kind of widen people's understanding of what politics are, because your politics are what your wage is, and also and because that's connected, politics is connected to everything else, like your wage and stuff like that. The organizations of working people are political entities, and so we have a right to speak on behalf of our members. And so, unions, the half of the labor movement has members that are agitating for a ceasefire in Gaza. And so why would our unions not be vocal about that when that's what their members are asking for?
Yeah, and I think maybe even I was being a bit pessimistic when I'm talking about like the tenuous connection between a worker in America or a worker in Gaza. Like, that's I guess like the Marxist argument for it or whatever. But you touched on, I think, an even more salient argument, which is just we don't want our money going to fucking war. We don't want our money going to further a conquest for another country to get land over. Like, even if I vaguely like that country, I don't like them enough to fund a fucking, full scale attack and expansion of borders or whatever. Like that seems bad. It seems like it's bad for the area, probably going to blow back on us, not going to be great. That's an easy argument to make.
Exactly. And it's also an argument that at this point, the Israeli labor movement is making now. I mean, the Israeli labor movement did a whole general strike trying to get the government to agree to a ceasefire, right? And
didn't try very hard.
Yeah, their reasons for it are a little bit different. It's not, unfortunately, at this point, it's not about sympathy for Palestinians and that it's bad to kill Palestinians. It's that they want to bring the hostages home, and the Israeli labor movement has recognized at this point that the Netanyahu government does not actually care about the hostages. They care about, inflicting pain on Palestinians in Gaza and at this point the West Bank. But even though there is genuinely, I mean, we were talking about like racism and kind of reactionary politics in America. It's even worse in Israel. But they care about the Israeli hostages. Like they genuinely give a shit about that. And they've recognized that the Netanyahu government does not. And so they've broken with the Netanyahu government on the war. And so they say we need a ceasefire so that we can this is the only way that these people are going to return home alive. And I don't know. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's the Netanyahu government traded the idea of regaining those hostages with free real estate. Right. Free real estate in Syria, free real estate in Lebanon, the West Bank, Gaza, all that. They're getting what they wanted out of it. It doesn't. Who cares about your hostages?
Yeah. All right. Well, I think we've got a couple others, but I think that we've hit the big ones. So I appreciate
save them for
it.
Next time.
And I enjoy this. I think that we'll probably have you on at least once next year to do it again, and I'll try to be saving up some of the best comments for you. I'll try to have a good stock for you next time we bring you on.
Oh, please, thanks. Yeah, this was a lot of fun. Let's do it again.
All right. Alexander Edward from Minion Death Cult, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. We'll see you around. Where can folks find you and talk about your podcast and your new one with your wife? I plugged it last time, but I enjoy that one too. So talk to us about it.
Thanks. Yeah, the new one with the wife is a little more wholesome. It's me investigating her secretive and furtive behavior in her browser tabs, finding out what evil magics she is learning about the world to potentially use against me. There's 5 episodes of that on her various activities. She's a very interesting woman. Very, very, very intriguing. Recommend. That's called Close Other Tabs with Ani and Alex. And then, Minion Death Cult. Every week we go over the news, how it resonates with real Americans, by which I mean, the comment sections of Facebook and Fox News and across the web. And you can get it at miniondeathcult.com or wherever you get podcasts.
All right. There you go. Thank you so much, Alex. We'll talk to you soon.
Yeah. Thank you.
Come on, you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell. How the good old union has come in here to dwell.
folks, welcome back. You are now in double overtime. Double overtime. You just finished listening to the Alex section of the podcast, of the radio program. We had Alex Press and Alex Edwards. First, Alex from Jacobin Magazine. The second one from Minion Death Cult. Now we are in double overtime. A conversation with Dale Jackson about how he came to his politics and what he is expecting in the 2025 Alabama legislative session and from a second Trump administration. Here it is.
Folks, you are listening to the Valley Labor Report. My name is Jacob Morrison. I am joined now by Dale Jackson, host of the Dale Jackson Show on WVNN. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us.
I'm thrilled to be here. To be here. We've been working together for a long time, and this is the first time you've ever asked me to be on your show.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it is. It is.
My father-in-law asked me if I ever have people on the show that disagree with me, and sometimes I do, but it's not often, partially because we're on a conservative radio show, so like they get on a conservative radio station, so they get the conservative stuff like 24 or 23-6, right? So
right. It's exactly right. And we already have our interaction on my show every week. Right. We have a conversation, so I think that's good too.
Yeah, but this is going to be online only. We'll mention it on the show and tell folks if they want to listen to the full conversation, they can find it online. But this will be online only, and coming out either the 28th or the 4th. So not sure when that will be. But I wanted to start with, I guess, a little bit of your kind of journey to being interested in politics and being so active, because I don't hear you talk about kind of why you are the way you are much on the radio.
A lot of people ask that question.
And, right now, it makes sense, right? You're a proper capitalist. You own properties, landlord and everything like that. So so it makes sense, right? All that stuff is good for you, but I don't think it was always that way, right? No. So what was your family like politically?
Well, being a 45-year-old talk show host makes a lot more sense than being a 25-year-old conservative talk show host. And I was a 25-year-old conservative talk show host. I grew up in a middle-class family. My dad was a postman. My mom was
a letter carrier,
a teacher. Yep. Now he left that early on. And you guys you may have heard me talk about my dad. I openly refer to him as a deadbeat dad. Went to jail for not paying child support. He was that guy. He loved us. He was a good dad. He was a nice dad. He, all those things. I would not criticize his parenting, but I would criticize his the raising of his children. Let's put it that way a little bit, and how he did that. And I think a lot of that has guided me throughout my life a little bit, especially with my son, who's now 6 years old. But they got divorced when I was, I think, 6, roughly, when that happened. And I was attending a Catholic school at the time. My mother could no longer afford it, so off we went to the public school. I was a bad student. My mom was a single mom. She was a teacher. I would skip school all the time. She was a teacher. She knew immediately, and I didn't care. And I was kind of a little bit of a hellraiser, but not like a criminal hellraiser. I was more of like a get in trouble around the neighborhood, don't listen to your mom sort of stuff like that. That's who I was. Skip school. My grades were okay until my high school career, where I graduated with a 1.7 GPA, but that was because I had skipped a ton of days my last semester, 2 semesters the last year, because I'd already had all my credits. So I was just like, I'm not doing anything. I'm not going to college. I'm not doing any of this stuff. So I really wasn't going anywhere. I joined the Army when I was 17, but I didn't go until I was 18. So I already knew where I was going. So I checked out of education completely, and I was just done. I was working at McDonald's, managing at McDonald's. I was doing all these different things. So I joined the Army. I was in the Army for 4 years, had a great time there. It was fun. I progressed through the ranks. I was a sergeant by the time I got out. So I started going to school. And when I was 21, I started going to college, and it was awesome. I just absolutely loved it. I was older than everyone else. So, that was just different perspective. I had different work ethics than everybody else. So I was ahead of the curve there. Oddly enough, my GPA in college was like 3.7. So, it's like a very different situation, because I was far more grown up. The military saved my life. Essentially, I can definitely look at that. How that plays into my political leanings, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I would say that my mother was a Republican. when I was growing up. She's a left-wing liberal now, but I can point to the day that changed. My dad, I would say, was a relatively conservative guy before he died. I started my talk radio career when he was still alive, and we'd talk about politics, and we generally agreed on almost everything. He was a Vietnam vet, so he was a little sour about the military when I joined and all these things. So a little weird situation there. My first presidential vote was for George W. Bush. And then 9/11 happened relatively shortly after that. I got out of the military about 14 days before 9/11. I thought I was going back, never did. And that, I think, shaped my worldview a little bit too. I became a big Bill O'Reilly fan, which I don't think many 23-year-olds or whatever are going to be talking about that. I mean, me and Bill O'Reilly, I guess I was 22 at the time when that happened, because he took down the United Way. I mean, for lack of a better way to put it, there was a big controversy over, they were collecting money for 9/11, and they were like, well, you know what we're going to do? We're going to build some blood banks. And everyone's like, that's not why we gave you money. You know, we gave you money for the families and all this other stuff. So they went out, and Bill O'Reilly literally took them down. I mean, for lack of a better way to put it. So, I mean, in college, I was, walking around, I had a no spin shirt on. Like that's kind of nerd I was. Yeah. So that sort of got me interested in politics. I mean, I'm the guy who after 9/11 sat on the couch for 2 weeks and watched the news. I mean, that I think really shaped my worldview too.
So so
I know I gave you a lot.
Yeah, no, like growing up, I guess your family wasn't just terribly political.
Not at all.
They were. That's my family was pretty similar. There, as far as not being super political, my family was very religious, and so they're like conservative culturally, but they really don't care much about the economics.
It just wasn't
stuff.
a thing. It was not a thing. I remember listening to Rush Limbaugh, while I was in the parking lot, like at the grocery store, when my mom went into the grocery store, and I'd flip around on the radio and hear Rush Limbaugh, and I thought he was funny. Like that because he did talk radio different. I didn't know talk radio at all at the time, but I just thought that it wasn't like appointment listening. I was just happened to be in the car at that time, and I'd put it on whenever it was. But there was no, we're Republicans in this house or anything like that. We went to church. We did that, but there was no very political conversation. I'd watch election results with my mom. I remember doing that, but I don't remember that. The Gulf War, I think that was a pivotal moment in a lot of people's lives. I remember that. But there just was not an overtly political part of my life until I got into it.
When you started getting into it, was there ever like a concerted kind of trying to make your mind up about kind of your first principles or like what policies made sense? Because like for me, because my family wasn't political, in 2016 was the first time that I voted, and I felt like I knew that I was going to vote in the Republican primary at the time, right? And so, but I also knew that I did not know much about politics at all. And so I wanted to try to learn more about, and like, I read Thomas Sowell, I read Hayek, I read Friedman, I read Chomsky, I tried to figure out like who's the best conservative people, who's the best liberal people, who's the best left-wing people, and try to figure out, and like basically every time every time I came to kind of a decision point, I ended up being more or less on the left. I mean, funny enough, I voted in 2016 for Bernie Sanders while still thinking Black Lives Matter was like a terrorist organization. Wow. And so, but that's because I cared about the economic stuff.
You're an economic liberal.
Yeah.
Like you may be a social liberal too, but you're mostly an economic
liberal. Yeah, at this point now, I'm like libertine socially. I'm like, you do whatever you want to do. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. But even in 20, and that's the thing that frustrates me about the right wing populism, is because they say they care about the economic stuff, but then they're willing to sacrifice the economic stuff for people who don't care about that and who do all the conservative social stuff. So, but there wasn't any of that like concerted, like I want to try to figure out.
Well, I don't believe I fit into like the neat conservative box. As much as I may frustrate people who are liberal, I often frustrate people who are conservative as well. I mean, you can go back to the Donald Trump years, the first round, and I mean, my audience and I were very very much at odds during the 2015 election or 2016 election. But when it started in 2015, I was like, Trump, really? Like, this is the guy? I mean, this is the guy you want. And I had a lot of problems with that. I also had a lot of problems with my audience over issues like gay marriage and things like this. I was pro-gay marriage before Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama were pretending to try to figure out what they believe. I mean, to believe that a 70-year-old man changed his position on gay marriage is laughable. Right. So they're changing it because of politics, and
which is what Trump did too on the abortion thing.
Well, I think Trump had a different. I think Trump had a very different turn towards conservatism. I think a lot of it had to do with, one, who was attacking him. I think that really had a lot to do with it. Two, I think it was less ideological. Other than, I think things change in his life, and I think that I think that's a big part of it as well. As he got older, had kids, his kids got older, things like that. Do I believe he believes all the stuff he's saying about abortion and stuff like this? He and I think, are probably on the same page on abortion, where I think that it should probably be legal. It should be incredibly rare. Me and Hillary Clinton apparently on the same page on that too. Used to be, but she's gone pretty far on that. But the state should be able to decide. If New York wants to have a vile policy that says abortion up to birth, and we are not even going to pretend that we're going to maybe put a restriction on that says 8 months or whatever. If they want to do that and not have that, fine, they should be able to do that. But if Alabama says we're not going to allow any abortions, not even rape and incest and things like that, I don't agree with either of those positions. But I think those states should be allowed to decide where they are. For me personally, I think abortion should be legal. I think they should be super rare. And I think this idea that it should go on for 40 weeks or whatever, crazy. I mean, it should be 20 weeks or something along that lines. But the people who want no restrictions want no restrictions at all, and the people that want no abortions want no abortions also. So basically what you have is you're either going to have them forever, no matter what, or you're going to have none, and there's no middle ground there. So anyway, on the social issues, I frustrate my audience, I think, a lot on that. On the fiscal policy, I'm generally more conservative, but I can tell you, Trump, I think, has changed a lot of minds, and we've talked about this a lot on the economic side too, because they've gone from free trade no matter what. If they're hiring 9-year-olds to dig mines somewhere, who cares? It's the free market. Let them send their stuff over here. We'll buy it. And if it's cheaper, we'll export. This is the idea. We'll export freedom around the world and ideas, and we'll send them movies, and they'll send us cheap products. Right. And we'll change their culture, and our economy will be better because of it, because Americans will be able to buy cheaper stuff. But now I think a lot of people have sort of gotten to what would be considered a more liberal position of, well, they're eating our lunch. So you put tariffs on Mexico or put tariffs on Canada or whatever, and China, and you say, okay, maybe the free market isn't the right answer. Maybe fair trade. Kind of hear the differentiation between those things. So I can see how you can evolve on things. I don't see how you can just completely flip your positions. And I think Trump is also a guy who's willing to lie. I mean, we all know that. I mean, he's one of the ones, but with him, it's so brazen. And in the last couple of elections we've had, everyone involved's been a liar. Joe Biden's the worst liar in American history. I'm not saying he's the biggest liar in American history. He's the worst. He's terrible at it. He's terrible at it. Kamala Harris is a liar as well, but she's just bad at everything. She's bad at talking. She's bad at thinking. She's bad at laughing. She's bad at walking. She's just bad at absolutely everything. Hillary Clinton, another one, just an out-and-out liar. Everybody knows it, but she's good at it. Donald Trump is a bullshitter, and bullshitters can lie and stuff like this. And in my house with Cindy, my wife, and Grant will constantly say, "Daddy lies all the time." and I say to him, and really, I'm not lying to my son. I'm bullshitting my son, for lack of a better way to do it. Like, I'll tease him, or I'll make up a story, and I'll say all these things. And we have a thing in my house where it's like, who did this? Like, who moved this? And I'll be like, oh, Barack Obama did that. Now, my son has no idea who Barack Obama is. He's 6 years old, but he knows Barack Obama was president. He knows Barack Obama didn't do that. Am I lying to him? No, I'm bullshitting him and joking with him. Trump, I think, his entire life is that. Like he's BSing his way through a lot of situations in the business world, and he's taking that into politics.
Well, and since we're talking about the national stuff, I think we'll get to that first. But before we do that, and then I also want to talk to you about the Alabama legislative session and what you're hearing.
Sure.
But before we do that, I want to go back to I guess trying to figure out like what was it that convinced you on the economic stuff.
This is the thing, when you were rattling off all the stuff you were reading and all these other things, I hate to say this because it makes me sound dumb, but I'm just going to say this right now. I didn't have that awakening. Mine was just living life, like and what I thought about things and how I learned about things as I go. I wish I was well read. I can honestly tell you I'm not. I'm just someone that consumes a lot of media, a lot of news, a lot of everything before everything went online. I was a guy who read a lot of newspapers. I did all that stuff. I do a lot of history stuff. I mean, my son's named after Ulysses S. Grant. I'm a history guy. I like that kind of stuff. But have I sat down and read a billion books? No. How did I get to my economic perspective? I don't know. If you want me to tell you the truth of that, I'm a believer that we should give people the opportunity to spend their own money the way that they want to spend their own money. And if the government wants to spend their money, then get people to vote on it and do it. If you want to raise taxes $500 on every American, just one-time tax, then go get someone to vote for that and come out and have an election about it. And if you win, fine. And go out and do just like Kamala Harris. If Kamala Harris won and she went into office and they said, I want to raise taxes on billionaires, how could anyone say, oh, no, you can't do that? No, that was what the election was about. She made that point. It's like the immigration thing. Donald Trump said, I'm going to build a wall. I'm going to put immigrants out. Now, when he starts doing it, we all can't go, oh, my God, I can't believe he's doing this.
Right.
So I can't give you a pinpoint moment in time or anything like that. I believe in free markets. I believe in fair markets. I guess it would be the transition to where everyone's heading. And I just think people should have an opportunity to spend their own money, to make their own money, and be as free as they possibly can without a government saying, I don't like that.
So, and on the economic stuff, I mean, we can, but on the economic stuff, my perspective is, I mean, I could phrase my economic perspective very similarly in that I want people to be free, and I don't think people are free when they are coerced by private actors in the same way that they're not free when they're coerced by government actors. Like, I care about, I think you are unfree if you don't if you don't have access to, a good paying job that provides you with the opportunity to have good health care or
those jobs
or be
exist.
Able to, right? Well,
not
a lot of them are bad, right?
Well, not everyone's going to have that access to that high.
And I think you are, and I think that you are unfree when an employer can fire you for any reason or no reason at all.
Well, where's their freedom in that situation?
Their freedom is that they have somebody who is willing to make profit for them.
From their free will to go work for that company, and then they have the freedom to fire them for any reason they want to.
Right.
Now,
I think that when you have, generally, you have less employers than employees, and so restricting, so there's always a balance, right? By giving some people freedom, in a lot of cases, you're taking some freedom away from others.
But you're redefining freedom in that situation.
Well, you're not.
Yeah, you are. You're saying you're not free if you don't have a full-time job and free and paid health care and all these other things. That's a redefinition of the word freedom, in my opinion. You may disagree, but that is not what freedom is. Freedom is the ability to say, I'm not going to do this. And here's the truth. Yes, there are low-paying jobs that are for low-skilled workers that pay very little, that provide very little benefit to those people, and they're not supposed to be full-time jobs. So some people treat them as them. Some people are going to do those jobs for the rest. There's going to be the 65-year-old guy who's working at McDonald's for his whole life, who goes on the news and says, "I'm making $12 an hour, and I've been here 20 years." Okay, well, what? Just because he's been there 20 years, he's not putting in any more input into that system than what he was doing 15 years ago if he's still cooking fries every single day. He's not putting any more in. So it doesn't necessarily mean he's worth more to the employer. And I'm in a management position at my radio station. I hear people all the time say, well, I need a raise because, and then the next thing they say is because I have a kid or because I have a house or because I have all these things, to which I say, well, I'm sympathetic to that. But that does not change your input into this business in any way, shape, or form. You're not changing anything about what you're producing because you went and had a kid. And so your value to the company does not go up whether you have 1, 2, 4, 6, or whatever kids. That just doesn't work that way. The government works that way. If I get married when I'm in the Army, they give me more money. If I live off base when I'm in the Army, they give me more money. If I have more kids, they will give me more money if I'm on government assistance and stuff like this. But that doesn't work. If I have 0 kids and no wife, or a wife and 9 kids, my value to my employer is exactly the same. You are taking the more, I would say, Pollyannish view that, well, the employer should look at them and go, well, this guy has 3 kids and this guy has 0 kids. So if I have layoffs, I'm firing this guy regardless of the input, and that's not going to happen.
Well, I don't know that I would exactly say that, but I would say that I don't think that I'm actually redefining freedom. I think that when people think of what does it mean to be free, they think of the what it means to feel free is that you are able to move through the world in like the way that you want.
That's emotion. You're talking about you're talking like a feeling of freedom as opposed to what freedom actually is. Freedom is the ability to do what you want to do without a tyrannical government stepping down upon you. That's what it is. It's not necessarily free to tell this. Freedom does not mean that an employer is told you'll do this, so this person lives this
And also,
way.
the employer is given the opportunity to exist in a society, right? I mean, corporations are not naturally occurring phenomenons. We as a society protect them and allow them to exist
and provide benefits to them for existing. I mean, look at Alabama. The reason, and for anyone watching outside of the state, the reason why Alabama has had a pretty good run at picking up businesses and them moving here, it's not because of our super educated workforce.
Right, we're throwing money at them.
Well, but see, I think that's a misnomer too, or a misstatement as well. They're not throwing money at them. Mostly what they're saying, there's some money involved. I'm not going to say there's not. But mostly what they're doing is they're saying, if you come and take this plot of land that's doing nothing, and you start creating widgets on this land, we're gonna waive the normal taxes for payroll taxes and all this other stuff for jobs that would be created there that would not exist otherwise. If we have an empty plot of land, it's generating $0 in tax revenue. Now you've come in and you've created 100 jobs on this plot of land. We're still going to take $0 in tax revenue, but you're going to pay these individuals X amount of money, and those individuals are going to go out and they're going to do this, and the money will recycle through the economy. So you're not really throwing money at them per se. What you're saying is we're going to give you a better opportunity and some incentives to come here, but you're going to have to generate stuff for those incentives to be worth anything. If you don't hire any employees, then there's no benefit. Yes, they'll come and they'll lay the utilities. And there are places all over the state of Alabama where there are buildings already built, and companies will come and say, "I need a place to go." And then they will the economic directors of the state will take those individuals around. Hey, do you see this building? Here's how large it is. Here's how it is. Boom, 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 boom. You can come here and set up. And if they do, there's economic incentives that go along with it. Now, that's not throwing money at them, and people going to work for them aren't giving up their freedom to do so. They're choosing their freedom to make that choice. And if enough people say, "I'm not going to do that," then things have to change. And that's, and I know we're way off field here, but this is where you and I get sideways on illegal immigration. Because what happens is if enough people say, well, I'm not going to go do that, and they say, oh yeah, well, what if we bring in some third world labor that's going to do it for less? Who's getting hurt in that situation? The answer is everybody. The third world labor is getting hurt. The worker that was there is getting hurt, and the employer is benefiting from it. So I think we'd probably agree on that last part. We'd probably disagree on some of the other parts of that. But just to say that you don't have freedom if you don't have health insurance is a redefinition of what the term is.
There's not, in the same way that corporations are not naturally occurring entities, freedom is not something that is defined.
That's
like
incorrect.
That we can.
Freedom comes from the divine. That's the truth. It's in the Constitution. The Constitutional perspective.
Well, the Constitution is also not a naturally occurring document. I mean, we as a people, like. We as people get to define,
agree with you.
and also I think that
I do not believe that when people think about what it means to be free, they only think about or they only think about being free from government coercion. I think that they do generally, if you go to people and you ask them, what does it mean to be free? I think generally you are going to get answers that look something like, I am able to kind of move through the world with very few without hindrances, without other people encumbering me with other things.
They're wrong. I mean,
well,
what they're saying about freedom is wrong. I mean, that the idea that my freedom is at risk if an employer isn't forced to X, Y, and Z, I don't believe that.
Well, and also because as an employee, as a person who works for a living, there are only so many options. And so, like, if you were stranded on an island and the only source of food was coconuts, and somebody else got there first and they got all the coconuts, and then they said, well, here, you can be my slave and I'll feed you, or you could not and die. Like, technically there's no government coercion there on the island, right?
Put your life at risk by the governing entity, which is that guy. So yes, there is.
I mean,
that's an extreme example, and
it's an extreme example because typically, when you're doing parables or something, you're using extreme examples to illustrate.
It's not a good parable. They shows up and they share the coconuts.
Yeah. Well, that would be good. That would be good
for this story. It's not a good parable, but I get where you're going with this. But my point remains. When we talk about freedom and then we start saying healthcare is free, like, I'm not free because I can't go get an abortion. What are you talking about?
That does make you less free.
It doesn't make you less free.
Obviously, it does.
No, it doesn't. Because
the government is saying that you cannot terminate this pregnancy. And it like, I am in a certain societally, we are more free because murder is wrong. Murder is illegal, sure. Right? But it is a restriction on my individual liberty that the government will coerce me into into prison if I am not allowed to murder you.
It's
right.
That's a right to life.
Right.
Right
yes.
To life,
exactly.
Liberty,
yes. You have
and if that's your argument, then abortion should be illegal because there is a right to life.
No, I'm just illustrating that.
But if you talk about murder.
Yeah, exactly. Murder is wrong, and societally that makes us more free, and it makes the potential victims of murder
you're guaranteed
more free.
A right to life.
Yes, but let's say
not
if I were somebody
you're guaranteed a right to life.
I'm not. I'm trying to illustrate. The kind of dynamics of restricting freedom. I'm saying that. Obviously, it's good that murder is wrong, and it makes us societally more free. It makes the potential victims of murder more free. But in a sense, and in a very real sense, for somebody who wants to murder people, they have their liberty restricted. Right?
This is I just make sure that you're making this argument about abortion.
No, I'm just making it generally. And so if we're talking about abortion. If I am a woman, I have less freedom because I'm not able to terminate my pregnancy in the first trimester or something.
I can't go get an abortion either. I mean, it's less. There's no less freedom. They have the same amount of freedom as everybody else. The right to do something to yourself. Yeah, fine. You want to go get an abortion, but that's not just yourself. The argument of the people who make those laws and who disagree, the pro-life individuals.
Yes, they're saying that the right of the fetus, the entity inside the person, overwrites the right
to life, which is specifically laid out. The right to life.
Yes, and I'm saying that, like, I'm just saying that. I disagree with the people who say that the rights of the fetus or the entity inside of the woman should override the rights of the woman. I disagree with that, but we just need to recognize what that is. You say that not being able to get an abortion is not a restriction on a woman's freedom, And it just very clearly is.
There's no right to an abortion. There's no such thing as a right to an abortion. It doesn't exist. It's a made-up thing. And look, we can assign rights.
Yes, exactly. And we have. And we had one for 50 years.
No, that right was never assigned. It was bad law. It was bad case law. But it should have been overturned immediately, and instead it was overturned years later.
I know, but it was a right that existed that we assigned. You can say that you know, as opposed to all of the other rights that we found in nature or were divine and all of this kind of stuff. And this one was just cooked up by people, but we had it, and now we don't.
But it was cooked up by people. And
well, okay, that's fine. I'm fine with that.
Right. And under that premise, people took it away.
Exactly. Okay, so there we go. So then we agree.
It's no longer a right that exists.
We agree. So women are less free in Alabama than they were.
The argument is that it's never been a right. It's not a right.
Well, that is factually wrong. You were talking to me about what's.
How's that factually wrong?
Because a year ago or 2 years ago, women in Alabama had the freedom to get an abortion, and now they don't. Like I don't know why. That it's like kind of strange that you're like kind of because we're not arguing about is it good or is it bad. We're just like now kind of arguing about
we both agree it's bad, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we both agree that abortions are bad.
But yeah, and so I'm just stating 2 years ago they had the right to do that, and now they don't.
But again, it was incorrectly created by a court ruling that was based on flawed logic, and by the way, that's taught in classes all over this country, and people say, well, yeah, it was incorrectly decided, but it's still very good. Well, no, hold on, that's not how it works. They're not supposed to be making law from the Supreme Court. They're supposed to be making law from Congress, and Congress should have come in over the last 50 years and figured this out. They should have came in, and the right thing to do is say, okay, we're going to provide that you cannot outlaw abortion nationwide under 18 weeks. That's what we're going to do, and that could have been the end of it. But the side that wanted no restrictions refused that. And across the country, you saw 13, 16, 18 weeks. And I guarantee you go up there and you try to pass an 18-week ban or an 18-week law, and the left gets behind it 20 years ago, we're not having any of this conversation. But there was no restrictions are okay. You can't even get major presidential candidates on the left who are trying to appeal to the most amount of people as they possibly can to answer the following question. When should we start restricting abortions?
Mm-hmm.
And they will say, well, there should be no restriction. And then you say, 8 months and 28 days?
Mm-hmm.
And they will say, well, there should be no restriction. We should talk to the doctor. And for 65, 70% of people, that's an insane thing to say, because nobody believes that people should have elective abortions at 8 months and 28 days. But because of the cowardice of this conversation and the people having it, they refuse to say anything, because there are people who will be furious, a very small group of people that will be furious about this. You will have people on the other side who say, well, when should we restrict abortions? And then they'll say 13, 16, 18, 20, 23 weeks. You'll hear all those other things. And there are people who say never. But you'll get a straight answer out of that question. If you ask me when, I would say roughly 20 weeks. But I could be convinced a couple weeks either way, depending on what you want to tell me. But the idea... And then I know we're way off track again.
Yeah.
but the issue that abortion is a right is just technically incorrect. It's not a right.
It was. Now it's not.
Well, it was wrongly assigned, so it was incorrect. It's been overturned, so it should not have been. So all those abortions
shouldn't have been, but
they have to go have all those babies now.
Sure.
They have to go back and have all the babies.
The only reason I got distracted on that because I was just very confused about the factual kind of state of the fact of the matter question about freedom of women in Alabama. But so we both made our cases there.
They have the freedom to leave.
Not if Steve Marshall has anything to say about it.
And when that case goes up, he should get blown up. Okay, so I don't mean blown up in the sense that like a liberal goes in and blows up the legislature. What I mean is the case should get blown up legally.
Well, I hope it does.
You know what? You know what's funny? You laugh about that. You and I know that story, but I guarantee you a good number of people have no idea that someone tried to blow up the Attorney General's office with a nail bomb.
Yep. Well, so there we go. Metaphorically, Dale Jackson wants to blow up Steve Marshall.
There's your take. Pull that out, put that in a tweet. There we go.
Okay, so Trump administration. What are you expecting to happen over the next 4 years? Because I do not know how seriously to take a lot of the things that are being proposed. Because in the first Trump administration, generally speaking, they're just just not much was accomplished. He gave a tax cut, 80% of it went to the wealthy people. There were a couple of things here and there. There was a little bit more restrictions around on the tax cut thing.
Yeah, the 80% went to the wealthy people. It went to taxpayers, and it's not as if the suggestion there is that 80% of the people who got tax cuts were wealthy. What actually happened is
80% of the dollars from the tax cuts
because
went
they pay significantly more in taxes.
No.
There's more to.
So it's not factually incorrect. It's just you don't like how I'm framing.
Okay, well, whatever you want to call it, but is
it or is it not true that there were $2 trillion in tax cuts and 80% of that $2 trillion went to the wealthy?
Yes, but the way you framed it was disingenuous.
Well, it's not. Did 80% of the benefit of 80% of that $2 trillion go
it went to the
wealthy?
people who paid taxes? You can't
80%
give
of
a
those
tax
dollars
cut to people that don't pay taxes.
Well, you
can give them free money. You give them free money,
or you could only give a tax cut to people who make less than $400,000 a year.
But the purpose of the entire thing is to generate money. And
we can argue about the purpose, whether the purpose was right, but 80% of the money went to wealthy people.
But it's a miscommunication of
it's not a miscommunication. There were $2 trillion that were allocated.
It's a misleading
and
stat.
80% of that went to wealthy people.
It's a misleading stat.
Did that happen or not?
I mean, you can yes.
Okay.
But again,
it's
a misleading stat. That's what I'm saying.
Well, you want to lead people you want to lead people somewhere where they don't realize that 80% of that monies that was not collected went to the wealthy people. Okay.
Yeah, okay. So the people who pay the taxes.
Factually, what I said was correct. We both agree. So that happened. That was kind of like the big thing.
Yeah.
And then there was a little bit more restriction around immigration, and there wasn't much else. And there was also a lot of this bluster in the first administration. Not as much, I don't think. I think there's more bluster. But now, I mean, we've got the Doge thing as somebody who's a member of the American Federation of Government Employees.
But you mentioned one thing. You missed another one of the biggest things he did in the first administration. He remade the courts.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's true.
He remade the Supreme Court, which is great for people like me who you probably don't like it. But he also remade all the lower courts too. And now with the second term, he's gonna do it more. It's gonna move further that way. So that's the biggest thing he did.
Right, and now they're potentially going to find the NLRA unconstitutional and send us back to the labor law regime pre-1930s.
Kids in coal mines. It's gonna be absolutely horrific. And
you say that as a joke, but in Indiana, there literally were Republicans who put forward a child labor bill to allow 13-year-olds in coal mines.
To let people work younger. That's what it said.
No, in coal mines. Literally,
I'm not debating that. But what I'm saying is, again, you can say something that's accurate, but when you say it that way, it's misleading. If you argue it's a child labor law, everyone who hears that word thinks that it's like, oh, let's shove these kids in the coal mines, take them out of school, and tell them they can't work. That's not what it is.
No.
It gives them the opportunity, if they want to do it,
to go work in the coal mines.
They can go work in the coal mines. Not something I want my son doing.
The reason that I say Indiana specifically is because, like in Alabama,
there are multiple states that were trying to do something.
Well, no,
like that.
Indiana was specifically, they lifted the hazardous occupation rules against, and like specifically they were like, if kids want to go in coal mines, they can. Like that was the law. As opposed to retaining the hazardous occupations but allowing 13-year-olds to go work at like, Ben and Jerry's or something. That's not what was going on. They were lifting hazardous occupation thing. But
I wouldn't do that if I was a member of the legislature. Right.
Fortunately, they ended up not doing that. But yeah, and so this Doge thing is 50% headcount reduction. I mean, I saw Dale Strong posting about, I'm with Vivek Ramaswamy. I'm super excited about that. If they were able to accomplish their goals, Huntsville would go through a worse than Great Recession level economic downturn.
If they went and flipped a coin or they drew a number and they said odds or evens or whatever and fired everyone with even Social Security numbers.
Which is what they said they wanted.
Which is what they said.
Yeah.
Which is why, again, I'm the guy who goes on there and says, that's stupid. Okay, that's a stupid thing.
And so how serious should I, when they're going around and saying all of these things.
They're blustering. They're bullshitting.
Well, then it's so, so I want to give it to you to tell me what you expect to happen, and
I expect them to come. I expect them to come up with a list of massive cuts and cuts across different agencies and things like that. They'll come up with, oh, why are they having shrimp run on treadmills and monitoring what happens to them? Cut that out. Okay, boom, $10 million gone. I expect that stuff to come up. But that's little penny-ante stuff and nonsense. I think they will come up with big swipes at different government agencies and things like that. And then they will take it before Congress, and Congress will be like, nah. No, I mean, that's what I think is going to happen. They're going to come with big swings. They'll get some of them, but they will mostly miss. This idea that they're going to fire the federal workforce is idiotic and moronic, and you're not going to do that. What you do, if you want to cut the federal workforce, you say, okay, all the jobs that aren't filled right now, stop. Let's pause. Let's figure out what's going on, figure out who we need, what we need, and go from there. You're not going to fire. And this is, I'm criticizing them. So I'm with you on this. You don't tell an entire workforce that, hey, half of you don't matter. Okay. You just don't do that because it's A, it's not true. Right. I mean, that's number one. And B, there's no way with the way the current federal government is set up that you could even do this if you wanted to. So it's just completely nuts. Now, when they say make people go back to work and all these other things, that's within their power. I have absolutely no problem with them making my wife leave my house and go to work. I mean, I have no problem with that. I'm fine with that. I work from home too, so I'm a hypocrite in this situation. I work in the private sector. I do work from home. But to think that we've got buildings in Washington, D.C., and by the way, this is the fault of the bureaucratic class and the liberal elites, because for some reason, they don't understand how this stuff looks to real human beings. It's like when you tell me, oh, maybe we should have more drag queens in schools. And everyone goes, well, you shouldn't have no drag queens in schools. I'm like, no, you should have no drag queens in schools. And that's a very general position. But if you refuse to say that and own that, you look crazy. If you say that you don't need to go to work 4 years after COVID, you look crazy to normal people. So this is the pendulum swinging back the other way. And people going, well, if they don't need to be at work, then maybe they don't need to be. And that's where we're at. But,
and so you think that the job cuts probably not happen, but very possibly we see a dramatic reduction in telework.
Get your ass back to work. I mean,
well, that is, but I mean, that
you can't trust
silly though, right?
I said this. I did not want to go home during the pandemic. You may remember this. We knew each other then. I did not want to go home during the pandemic. I wanted to work from the studio. I wanted to stay there. Now I'm never going back if I don't have to. Okay, that's so I'm a hypocrite. But and this is what I told my boss. I said, if you can't trust them to work from home, then you can't trust them.
Right.
And then I believe that. But there are certain jobs where you need to be in the same place. Right. And you need to be in the same place. And I've talked to enough government employees. I'm married to a government employee. I know damn well, just like I'll use the Los Angeles school system as an example. Just bear with me here for a second. They had kids who took laptops home who never logged in throughout the entire pandemic. Kids that never logged in, that graduated. Kids that never logged in, that got grades. So there is something to be said for the idea that you've got to get these people in the same room.
Well, I mean, 14-year-olds.
I'm using that as an example. I'm telling you, it's happening in the federal government as well. There are people who are doing nothing.
That's
it's a management problem. I agree with that.
Exactly.
But the management's the problem. I mean, you have that as a problem as well. You have to acknowledge that. Look, here's an example. If a guy who has the ability to fund your business is telling you need to get your employees back to work, and you say, well, but nah,
the
that's
problem
a really
is,
stupid thing to do.
The problem is that I think there's a lot of just people are being given the wrong impression about the extent of telework in the federal government. I mean, like Joni
in Washington
Ernst,
D.C. that are completely empty.
Sure, but
like 4%
Joni
occupancy,
Ernst,
and they're all janitors.
Yeah, well, 4% occupancy. I don't know about the buildings in D.C., and I think some of them, like they're.
And by the way, that's all they're talking about. They're not talking about Redstone Arsenal. They're talking about D.C., but it's going to have a ripple effect everywhere.
They Joni Ernst is saying 6% of federal workers are on the job every day.
She's talking about D.C.
Well, that's just not true.
But she's talking about D.C. That's what she's talking about.
Well,
their offices are empty. That's what she's talking about.
Well, that's not what. When people hear federal employees, they're
right. It's just like when someone says 80% of the money went to the top and 20% went elsewhere. There's technically correct, but it's not the whole story. I mean, I'm telling you, I'm going to bring it back, but I'm telling you, that's exactly the same thing. You're right about that. She's talking about Washington, D.C., and she's making comments to the media. And instead,
here's my friend.
Hold on.
Okay.
And here's the thing. And when you're making these statements to the media, you can't say, footnote, I'm speaking about Washington, D.C. only and things like that. You can't do that. So you're speaking in broad terms, and you got to narrow this down. But like I said, this is a D.C. problem because D.C. is a ghost town now. You go up there, it's a ghost town. During Monday through Friday, it's a ghost town.
I was actually just there.
Go walk around the Capitol complex and stuff. It's not packed out like it used to be. It's not the same.
I don't know how it used to be. I've only ever been to D.C. since 2020, but I've
it's
been
a ghost
multiple
town.
times. But the like.
And by the way, if you're up there, if you're at the Capitol complex, like you're in, like if you're in that part, that's where all the action is. When we're talking about where the worker bees are doing their work, it's empty because they're all home.
Here's my frustration. I have listened to multiple full congressional hearings about telework, trying to find. I know. And trying to find where Robert Adderholt or Gary Palmer or any of these other. These are people that I know have been a part of the kind of attempting to paint a picture in Alabama. And I have been trying to find them pointing to anything showing that there is a productivity or mission success problem among the group of federal employees who are working from home. And I've listened to like half a dozen of these. I have not heard. They haven't
cited it.
I have not heard one statistic about productivity or mission success from anybody. I've heard, occupancy, building occupancy, people are working at home, blah, 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 blah. I've heard all of those stats.
Facts.
Right.
Yeah.
Those are, sure. Maybe it's,
you did this whole thing, and that makes it seem like it's bullshit, but it's not.
Well, yeah, but what people care about is the mission succeeding?
Right.
Are people accomplishing the things that are civil servants serving the civilian population?
Question. Why do you care? Like, this is a serious question.
Well, because I care about workers.
Just hear me out. I had a conversation with my boss 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
Took on a new responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
And I said to him, I don't want to come back to the office.
Mm-hmm.
I said my life is better not going back to the office. My life, my personal time, my kids up. I don't have to drive. I don't have to do any of those things. So I get this.
Yeah.
But again,
I think it's bad to, for no reason at all, make hundreds of thousands of people's lives worse.
That's
I think that's bad.
That's conjecture on your part of what that is. And you're right. I think they should explain. But only in this world we're talking about right now do you have to explain to your employees why you think they should do something, and they can go, nah. That's the situation we're in. And I know I keep using that, but that's what they're saying. They bring these agency heads before Congress. And they say the taxpayers are paying you. We're the oversight.
Yeah,
of those.
and then the agencies heads. Well, no, the agency heads give statistics about how the productivity is actually, in many cases, higher than it was, and the mission we are reaching mission success. In some cases, at a better rate, at a higher rate than we were prior, because our employees are able to do as much, or in some cases more, at home than they were in the office.
More. I'll tell you what happens when you work from home. Because I'm one of these guys.
Exactly. And so why should we allow these people to, again, for no, look, I promise, if you came to me with data that said the Social Security Administration in 2020 went 100% telework during that time, and here into 2024, call resolution times are down. It takes longer to get a disability hearings.
Is that the data?
Blah, 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 blah. No, it's not.
Yeah.
The data is like the opposite, actually.
And
so why would I stand for making the 100,000 or however many people that work at the Social Security Administration? Why would I agree to make their lives worse when they're continuing to perform?
I don't disagree with you. As I just said, it's a quality of life issue. If the job's getting done, they shouldn't be worried about that. But if they don't think the job's getting done, that's the problem. There are times when you'll call me at 9:00 at night. If I only worked from the office and didn't have a cell phone, then you could only talk to me between 9 and 5. And that's probably not going to work for the way you work and I work. So it's better that I have the ability to do stuff from home. Sometimes on a Friday night or a Saturday, you'll call me and say, hey, do this. I need that. What was it last week? Where you're like, hey, we're having a problem. Can you deal with it? So it's easier to do. All those things happen. I agree with you. I would not be as hard on this, get back to work thing if there's data that shows that they're more efficient. But I also know this for a fact. There are a lot of people, and they're like I said, it's one of these things where you're making it bad for everybody else. Where you have these federal workers showing themselves working from the bathtub and taking pictures and posting them online, and doing the day in the life of an employee. They do all these stupid things and end up getting fired. So I think the argument that you're making is a good one. It really is. Where it's like, look, if productivity's up at the Social Security agency, why do you want them back? Like, why do you want them back? I think that's a good question, and I think it's so dumb what we hear around here, where they're like, oh, well, you got to come back to the office 3 days a week. It's like, why? Like, what is the reason? If the reasoning is like some sort of a COVID protocol or something where we're only around each other 3 days, that's stupid. If it's for an actual reason, fine.
Well, what it was for, so I've just got a new job, but for the last 7 years I've worked at the Corps of Engineers.
Are you still in the union?
I am no longer represented. I'm still a member. I've retained my membership.
I was just joking. I thought you were going to say yes. All right.
Yeah, no, I've retained my. It's a fellowship, so it's a full-time job, but officially I'm like a independent contractor, basically. So. But and so we were in the office 2 days a week, and the reason was that so and I was a project manager, and so there is value, I think, and particularly in jobs like project management, where I need to go talk to my contracting officer, I need to go talk to my engineer, I need to go talk to the contract specialist, and maybe be able to go talk to my program manager. Like, there's value to
being able to walk down the hall.
I can walk down the hall.
Zoom call with me.
Exactly. There's some value to that, but like, you don't have to do it every day, and so you get the best of both worlds. You can have some amount of the flexibility for the 3 days a week that you're at home.
So it's a quality of life
everybody, yeah, exactly. It's a quality of life now at the Corps of Engineers. But everybody is in the office on those same 2 days, and so we can all go talk to each other.
You know what the easiest fix to this is? You're going to hate it. It's the free market. You know what those employees do? They say, fuck this. I'm not worried. I'm not going back and doing this. I'm going to go ply my trade elsewhere.
Well, and that's part of the problem, and part of the reason that I am so frustrated about this, because I do think that if you do mass reductions of telework and in opportunities to telework at government agencies, it is going to harm those agencies' abilities to attract and retain talent, because they can go work for private sector employees. Actually,
so it's a win-win for everyone.
Well, no, it's not, because because it will make the government services worse, and it will decrease mission success at places like the Social Security Administration, which will then, the same people who cause the reduction in mission success, reduction in productivity, will then turn back around to the Social Security Administration and say, look at how bad the government is, let's privatize it.
Oh, wow. Okay, so I have a hard time privatizing the Social Security Department.
Well,
but all right.
That's what some people want to do. Some people wanted to privatize, but so
the post office, they want to privatize, yeah.
So, okay,
I want to see this data, though. I do. I'd like to see it, because I have not watched a bunch of telework committees. I can tell you that much.
Yeah. It's I don't know that I would go so far as to say it's interesting, but there hasn't been just a whole lot. There hasn't really.
So is your argument that they're just saying get them home from work? What? Because they're mean? What's their reason?
Yes, because they want to polarize.
Like, you think they're mean?
Well, I mean, that's a trivial way to put it, but yes, I think they want to polarize the general American public against government workers, because in an attempt to degrade the services.
I think
of
what
the
you're going to
government.
find is that there is a difference in data, and I think you're going to find that they have data that shows something different than what you're saying.
Well, they should show.
I agree with you.
They should bring it to these congressional hearings.
I'd love
where
to hear
they've wasted my time.
I'd love to hear it, because
I promised. I've listened to like 6 of these.
I don't dispute it.
It's insane that they don't have anything. Like, it's just crazy to me. It's crazy. So what do you make of this? What do you make of the right-wing populist stuff and the Amazon at the 7 facilities that Teamsters have unionized? They've gone on strike. They've extended picket lines across the country. I actually just got back earlier today from the picket line in Huntsville, where the Teamsters had set up something to try to turn around union shipping companies. Yeah, when the companies that the Teamsters have unionized that work with Amazon, the Teamsters have it in their contract that Teamsters members don't have to cross picket lines. And so what would happen is that there would be a UPS truck or something, and it would turn around, and a supervisor would come back and drive it into the facility.
That sounds so damn silly. It's like, I'm sorry, I can't go in there. Come here, supervisor. Okay, now we'll deliver the product. Okay, yeah.
Well,
okay.
Yeah. But how is Trump going to actually be a friend to Sean O'Brien after Sean O'Brien did him a solid, or is he going to be buddy with Jeff Bezos, who was at Mar-a-Lago last night?
Well, he met with I think Sean O'Brien at Mar-a-Lago too, not too long ago. So again, like I said, Donald Trump's talking to everybody, and everyone's talking to Donald Trump. So I think what he would prefer they do is figure it out on their own. And I think part of Donald Trump's effectiveness is this idea that if you don't fix this, I will. Like that sort of mentality. He's doing that with Russia and Ukraine. Either figure it out or I'm going to stop this. The Israelis in Hamas, they're saying, either get these hostages done or I'm going to step in and do something. Like this is like a way he's done things in the past where he says, resolve these issues or I will step in and do so. You have these things. Is he going to be effective in doing that? I don't know. But here's what Donald Trump was effective in doing. Because of that mentality, there was like a pause on the world stage. I mean, it really was. Like what we saw happening in 2015 before Donald Trump took office and what we saw happening in 2020 right before he left, the world was pretty much at the same state. Okay, there weren't more wars and all these other things happening. Donald Trump leaves, and off Russia goes into Ukraine. Donald Trump leaves, and then a couple of years later, you got Iran screwing around with everything in the Middle East, which they weren't really doing when Trump was there. And Trump was killing their generals and doing these things. And there were launches against American bases and things like that as like token retaliation where Americans got hurt.
Well, and he did increase, Obama was kind of, I don't follow the foreign policy stuff very much, but Obama was by the left always criticized for the drone stuff. And,
droning people left and right.
Donald Trump was
fine with that.
Yeah,
he was fine with that
and
too.
increased it significantly, increased civilian deaths in the Middle East significantly.
By droning?
Yeah.
Okay, I'd have to see that, but you're right. It started under Obama, maybe Trump. Status quo, I guess would say.
Well, increased it significantly.
Okay, I'd have to see that, but I'll take your word for it. But still, on the world stage, it was basically status quo, how things went, because nobody wanted Trump involved in their stuff because he's an erratic force. And same thing with NATO. NATO's like, we're not doing anything. And you're like, yeah, I think you're going to increase your stuff or we'll leave. And so the headline was Trump's going to leave NATO, when in reality it was NATO increases its spending. So he gets what he wants in that situation.
Well,
so my point is this.
Back to the Amazon thing, though. Like, what do you make of...
he wants them to fix it, deal with it themselves. Make a deal.
He is reportedly looking at appointing Heather McDowell to OSHA, who was
Republicans are
Amazon executive.
Republicans are notoriously, and I think you'll agree with this, less friendly to the organized labor front.
Well, I mean, OSHA is like,
I get it. I understand what you're
talking
about.
So why would he do that?
He's going to appoint people that understand the business and who are not going to use that agency to shut down innovation and things like that. And maybe
has OSHA been?
Hold on, no. Restrictions and things like that, and pushing against what companies do to innovate, and for good reason. Sometimes people hurt and all these things. I will agree with that. But what I'm not saying they're going to let them like feed kids into the meat slicers and things like that. But what they're saying is, and this I think has been a general theme of Donald Trump, the regulation and the choke of the federal government's control in things, that, like what was it, the Chevron decision, where it said basically all these entities could just basically do whatever they want and interpret these laws however they want. Well, that's over. And a lot of people, I'm assuming you don't like that decision, because it says basically do things by the letter of the law and stop interpreting things the way you want to. And
interesting. I mean, interestingly, Chevron was decided in favor of Reagan's EPA because they wanted latitude to kind of.
But what happens?
Not enforce.
That was like 30 years ago, though, and I think the argument would be that the government has overreached.
Well, I mean, I think that the more kind of
he's pushing back against people that are going to overreach. That's what he's trying to do.
Well, I mean, I think on the Chevron thing, I think that the more illuminating dynamic to understand is that at the time that the conservative court agreed with Chevron, the president was conservative and he had control of the administration. And it looks like, Reagan kind of ushered in a similar dynamic
to the
Supreme Court
make up at that time.
I think
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. But what I'm saying, I don't know either. My point, I just want to know if you knew. But the simple fact is, this is an anti-regulation president. And when we say anti-regulation, I don't mean zero. It means less. And he's made it very clear. I mean, this decision last week where he said, hey, if you come and you put $100 billion into the country, we're going to fast track.
Well,
I
mean, doesn't that just sound like favors for... Like, I thought, you know, that it was small businesses, you know, they have to pay all this.
Hold on. What he's saying is, and that was basically the argument. What he's saying is, if you're going to come and put a bunch of people to work in America, we're going to make sure that it's not that you don't get any regulations or anything like that, but we're not going to.
I think that is what he said.
No,
he said it's like no regulation.
That's not what he said. Okay, what he said is we're going to fast track the regulatory power that is used to slow these things down, and we're going to make sure that it gets handled quicker. He's not saying don't regulate and don't monitor and don't do any of these things. He said do it quickly. This thing shouldn't take forever, is what he's saying. So he's saying let's do it quicker. But yes, the interpretation was there are going to be no regulations if you give us $100 billion, and that's a little oversimplification of it. And
what do you make of the FTC?
What about it?
Federal Trade Commission.
No, I understand. What is it? No, that's not what I'm asking.
Well, I mean, J.D. Vance was making all these noises about I love Lena Khan. I'm a conservative. I think it was J.D. Vance that said that. Either it was him or Holly. And you know, I mean, Lena Khan has been doing banning non-competes, banning fake online reviews, capping the cost of inhalers to 35.
Where'd it go? Where'd the ban on non-competes go? What happened?
It's been stalled in Trump's courts.
Right. Well, and again, but my point is, this is what happened with Trump in the first go round. He would try to do stuff, and then the courts would come in. Hell, it took them until earlier. Was it this year where they finally made the decision on the Dreamers that they're not protected? That thing's been going on for a decade. So you have all these things, but
yeah. So Lena Khan has been doing all these things, and it has like a cross-partisan appeal. And Donald Trump
non-competes is something I fully support because I'm under one.
Well, and capping the cost of inhalers to $35, blocked the Kroger-Albertsons merger, click to cancel subscriptions. You know, lots of really good stuff from the FTC. Supposedly, J.D. Vance supports it, and Donald Trump just appointed somebody to lead it that said he is going to reverse Lena Khan's anti-business agenda.
Well, I mean, let's go back to your freedom thing. Okay? Yeah. If you opt in to click to unsubscribe,
you're about to defend these.
I'm not going to defend it. I'm not going to defend it. But what I'm going to say is, if I provide you a service,
right, and then you should have the freedom to make me climb up Mount Everest to end it,
to click an email.
Or to call somebody. I mean, that's the
whatever. That's their. Don't enter into a contract with Planet Fitness if going up there and canceling it is a pain in the ass.
Okay.
Chances are, if you sign up with Planet. No, I'm just making the point. Okay. If you sign up for Planet Fitness, you're probably a fat ass who needs to be up there anyway. Sure. So don't go up there and quit. Go up there and work out. That's what you should be doing.
Okay.
But yes.
So you think that Planet Fitness's freedom is more important than
you're not infringing on the people's freedom. They still have a right to cancel it. They just have to walk up and do it. They don't. There's no freedom to click an email and unsubscribe. And it's funny you say that because I've been traveling a lot, so I signed up for Planet Fitness, and I think I'm going to get dinged next month because I haven't canceled the thing yet. Right. But so I'm agreeing with you. But if you want to talk about freedom, you're telling these businesses what they can't do when they enter into open contracts with people. Just like my non-compete. I have a non-compete with my radio station. I had the freedom not to take that non-compete. I absolutely did, but I took it because that was the requirement for the job. Is that fair? Probably not. Would I like it to go away? Absolutely. I mean, there's no question about that. But at the same time, there's a reason why these non-competes exist in a larger sense. Are they overused? Absolutely. This bullshit that Biden was talking about where there's a non-compete so you don't work at a Taco Bell and go across the street and work at McDonald's, that's garbage. That's not a real thing.
It was a real thing.
And maybe there were some individual contractor or franchisees doing that, but that is not. I
don't think that's the common experience, but there's reporting about like Jimmy John's in particular was kind of notorious about it. They wouldn't
not sign a non-compete to work at Jimmy John's. Do sign a non-compete to work at a radio station where and look, and their reasoning is just on a broad sense. Their reason is they take Dale Jackson and they insert him in Huntsville, Alabama. Now it's up to me to make my name and do all these things, but I'm doing it on the back of WVNN and their history and Cumulus Broadcasting. And again, I'm anti non-compete because holy cow, it sucks. But at the same time, I understand the reasoning. Why should I be able to one day be like, I'm going over to the Rocket. Now, the Rocket listeners might be a little surprised to find me over there doing what I do, but there's no reason why I generally shouldn't be able to do that. I shouldn't want, if they don't want me to do that, then they say, "Oh, please don't do that. We'll pay you more," right? Like that would be the argument, and there would be free move. But you got to sign contracts and things like that. And a non-compete, well, I wish they were banned. I completely understand why they exist in some cases.
I'm sorry, we've gone a little long, and I still want to talk about the legislative session in Alabama. I got
plenty of time. Okay. I have to go take a picture with Santa Claus at about 5 o'clock.
Okay, yeah. So this will be we'll wrap up here in 20, 30 minutes because I do want to talk. I want. What are you expecting just generally from the legislative session?
Pain.
2025.
Pain. Yeah, no. I'm expecting a lot of things to get done. I'm expecting gambling to come up in a little form. I don't know what that's going to look like. You've got this thing with Anthony Daniels and his overtime tax cut. I think there's going to be a little debate over that. I think you're going to have probably for the first year a situation where it's going to be pretty tight on budgets, where there's not a bunch of federal dollars, where the economy's kind of slowed a little bit, so there might be some changes there. You're not going to see the same jumps that you've seen in funding and things like that. So I think there's going to be a lot of fighting going on. And on top of that, you've got all these social issues that are still dangling out there that, again, there are people who are like, hey, maybe you shouldn't put drag queens in schools. And they're like, no, we should have drag queens in schools and libraries. And it's like, okay, well, now we're going to have to come in and do something about that. So you have that happening. So you have all those social issues, and you got an election. This is the last legislative session before you're in an election year.
The overtime tax cut, how it passed last year for folks who aren't in Alabama. Taxes on overtime wages have been eliminated at the state level, and that's kind of blown the budget of what they were thinking. Supposedly,
it was originally supposed to be $45 million. I think the first 9 months it was $240 million. So it's
how are you off by that much? That's kind of.
I asked that question, so I have the answer to that.
Okay, give me the answer.
When they did the analysis, the Legislative Resource Office said we have no way to know.
Oh, okay.
We have absolutely no way to know. So we are just shooting in the dark here.
We really don't know how many people work overtime.
Well, I mean, I don't think they had the data that would tell them like this many people work overtime and things like this. So they've come up with the number now because it's untaxed. You now have the exact number.
Right.
You'll see it. But I think people are disputing the original estimate, and people are disputing the numbers they have now. Because if you look at the numbers they have now, it's showing a lot of people working overtime that you probably would not. What they're saying is there are more people working overtime by the data than who are actually working overtime, and they're trying to figure out what that is. The numbers are messed up. That's the gist of that.
Yeah.
Anthony Daniels said he's got data that shows that not having this overtime has actually generated more revenue for the state than has gone out. That's sort of his analysis, and he says he has the data to back that up. The only person who's outwardly speaking out against an extension of this, because it ends in July or June or something like that, is State Senator Arthur Orr, a regular on my show, a good friend of mine, a guy who is over the Education Trust Fund, and he is very protective of that. There was a lot of discussion about school choice and how much that was going to cost and all these other things. And I think he's raising that question, but he seems to be a man on an island by himself. At least.
So you don't think that it doesn't get extended? You
who
think
are
it
the
does?
pro tax increase people in Alabama?
Well, that's what I'm asking. I mean, Orr's trying to whip up the storm, and he's pretty influential in Montgomery. So
Right.
I didn't know.
Right.
I think,
are
you? Is that what you're hearing? Is that he's off on an island? And
I talked to both of those gentlemen today.
Yeah.
And what I heard is basically Orr saying the numbers are messed up. We got to figure out what the actual numbers are, and we need to have a real conversation about whether this is the right way to do this, whether we should come up with some other kind of tax cut that spreads that out amongst people across the board, not just people who are working overtime, against the people who said, hey, look, they're putting more money in these people's pockets. More people are working overtime because of it, and this is a good thing overall. And if Anthony Daniels can make the argument that it's a net positive for the state financially, then he'll win. But I've said this on the radio, if you let this expire, you're raising taxes, because you are. I mean, that's just the way it is. So you have, and it's funny because you have Anthony Daniels, the House Minority Leader, a Democrat, and Donald Trump, a Republican president, at the same point. They're both talking about.
Has he weighed in? Trump has weighed in on this
no
overtime
tax on
thing?
tips, no tax on overtime.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So he's made not on,
but
Alabama,
not in Alabama.
not in
Okay,
Alabama
that's what I was like. Oh,
but I mean,
just generally,
just
they're talking about similar things.
Get someone to ask him the question. Find someone that asks Donald Trump that question. What's he going to say? He's going to say, "I love the idea." That's what he's going to say. So now if you're going to be a Republican and you're going to vote to not extend this.
So
you're going against Donald Trump as well. And look, doing nothing is a tax increase. That's how it's going to be framed. I'm a talk radio host, conservative talk radio host in Alabama. If you do not if you do not extend this, you're raising taxes.
So, if there is if you know they look at the numbers and they figure out that there is genuinely like a concerning level of depletion from the Education Trust Fund, is there any potential that rather than removing this tax cut that does kind of definitionally go to workers, you see a rollback of the kind of quote unquote school choice stuff, which is also depleting from the Education Trust Fund?
It's $100 million the first year.
Right, but there's no
out of a
cap
$10 million
on the
budget.
second year.
I know, and I said numerous times on my show, make me the cap. I said, look at my wife and my income, take it and say that's. I already sent my kid to a private school. I said, cap it there. I said, put it $1 below what we make. Make that the case. I don't need the help. I really don't. And so, and then the people that are already having their kids in private school, I think that there should be like a phase in for them. I'm not saying they shouldn't get it. I mean, they pay taxes just like everyone else. They pay more taxes than everyone else. Generally, if you're sending your kid to a private school, chances are you're making more money. Here's things like this. So I'm against cutting them out of this just because of that. But at the same time, I think that the fight on school choice is so fraught and so tenacious or so contentious that once you get it, you don't go back. There will be no going back. It will only go forward from here on out. And so, like, basically what you're going to have to do on the left here is hold the line and say this is the end of it. And I don't think that's going to win, because the argument is stop attacking the people that want school choice. Start touting the public schools. Tell me about that. Tell me about your successes in the public school. You got 37% of the kids in Huntsville can read and 90% of them are graduating. Go ahead.
Where is that?
Go look at it. The reading at grade level. 37% of the kids in Huntsville City Schools are reading at grade level, and 90+% are graduating.
Huh.
I mean, just think about that. I mean, go ahead, defend the public school system. You know, and a lot of that, I mean, I hate to say this, but if we want to talk about public schools in general, this is my thought. You could take every kid out of the best school in the state and take him and put him in the worst school in the state, and that kid's still going to succeed. And you could take every kid out of the worst school in the state and put him in the best school in the state, and that kid's still going to fail, because it is about parents.
Yeah.
That's what it's about. And I hate to say this, because if you agree with that,
well, I mean,
hold on. Do you agree with this? So now I'm going to make you say, now I'm going to imply you said something terrible. So basically what you're saying is teachers don't matter. And in the large sense of things is that, and I don't believe that, but that is essentially the gist of this. Are there individual teachers that can make a difference? Absolutely. No question about it. They are, and they do every day. It's a job that is hard. My mom was a teacher. I understand it. But the simple fact of the matter is, by the time they get to kindergarten, you can already track the path. You can already see. I'm not saying you can't deviate or fall off from that path, but what you have is a bunch of people who, you know, there have been papers written that if you're reading to your kids, you're giving them an unfair advantage. Like that. That's kind of like the insane position here. So I don't know why you hate teachers all of a sudden. But
right. No, I think there's a lot of, you know. You would say parents. I would say, you know, socioeconomic status or something like that.
Those are the same
yeah,
thing, but you're just using extra words.
Yeah. So the other things that might be up on the agenda. There's are you familiar with Jobs to Move America?
What now?
Jobs to Move America.
I do not.
Jobs to Move America is like a labor-affiliated nonprofit. They were really instrumental in getting a community benefits agreement at New Flyer in Anniston, which contained positive neutrality in a union election, and they unionized with the Communication Workers of America, CWA, their industrial division. They got a new contract and everything, and so they're pretty. You know, they're making moves in Alabama, and they have like a legislative agenda for 2025, and they're really, really leaning on SB 231 as a model. And so SB 231, for those of you who don't remember or you're not from Alabama, it was the bill that was backed by Senator Orr, that would revoke economic incentives from companies that voluntarily recognize their workers' unions.
Yep.
And so JMA is saying, okay, bet if we want to start putting strings.
Did they say bet? Is that like
that's in the press release?
Okay. Bet. First line, bet.
So they're saying, look, if we want to start attaching strings to our incentives, let's do that. Let's say if you violate our child labor laws, we take away your incentives. Let's say if you don't have pro-family working conditions, then let's take away your
pro-family working conditions?
What they define that as.
Paternity leave, all these other things.
Yeah, paternity leave, no mandatory overtime, things like that.
It sounds good on for a press release, but I'm not so sure you're going to get much traction with that.
So why are they willing to revoke?
What'd you bring up earlier? Freedom. What'd you bring up earlier? You said freedom.
So the employer we want to make sure that in Alabama,
the employee and the employer have freedom in this situation.
No.
Enter into the conversation.
We want to make sure that in Alabama, the employer has the freedom to not give to mandate,
not be forced to give benefits.
To mandate as a condition of employment working more than 40 hours in a week. We want to make sure that they have the freedom to do that. But we don't want to have them to give them the freedom to voluntarily recognize their workers' union.
Yes.
Okay, so that's not
what they're saying, because that is connected to state resources going to that business. So you can not understand this if you want, but it's pretty obvious. What is the reason of the economic incentives? The reason of the economic incentive is to make this state more friendly to employers that will come in and pay salaries to people and pay payroll tax and increase property values and all these other things. That's the goal of that. And their logic, their belief is, and I know you disagree with this, is if they bring them in here and they all unionize, then no one else is going to come here. And you know why they say that? Because businesses have said that. They have made that clear.
That's what. I'm not talking about that, but you just said, I just wanted to make sure that we were clear on what freedoms we were and were not allowing businesses to have.
Hold on. But when you're taking something, that's part of the deal. Mm-hmm. When you take resources,
that's exactly, and Jobs to America and also me are saying that
the state
we should have.
Going to say no, thanks. We don't want a part of that deal. That's what they're going to say. But these individuals who take this, I think you'd have a hard time.
What about the child labor?
Hold on. I did a perfect world. Sure, I'm fine with that. I would have no problem.
Perfect world.
No, I'm telling you, I agree with you.
Okay.
But when you tie it to all these other things,
it's each of these are a separate bill. They're going to be a separate bill.
Put up one bill that says child labor laws. If you violate labor laws, we'll take it. Fine.
SB 22, sponsored by Senator Marika Coleman.
I support it. If they violate child labor laws,
I know that you're going to say you support it, but is it going to pass in Montgomery?
I don't think it will end up just like that. I think things will change on these things, and you're going to have a hard time getting 20 of these things up on the floor and things like that. And they're probably
the child labor one is the one that they're going to
because they're going to try to use that as sort of a battering ram to get through the door and go from there. So maybe for tactical reasons, they'll push that aside. I don't agree. I don't disagree with the premise that you're creating here on that particular issue. That said, the goal here is for the state government to make this as an appealing place as possible for businesses to come. And the whole child labor thing, you can look at all these different cases around the state. Some of them, majority of them are illegal immigrants and people doing things that are nefarious on the managerial level. To suggest that Volvo or whoever, or Hyundai or whoever is at the top in Korea is saying, hey, let's employ some Mexicans who are 13 in a plant in wherever, Alabama. I just don't foresee that happening. So do you hold the entire corporation responsible for the mismanagement deeds of the individual manager on the local level? How high does it go? What's the requirement? You could ask all these questions. But in theory, yes, I agree with you. But in practice, what does that look like? And we're just talking about the child labor, one of those. But again, back to the purpose. What is the purpose that you want to create a business-friendly environment? More tax revenue, more jobs for your citizens. And I think that's worked. You've lived here for a long time, Jacob, in North Alabama. I've lived here 17 years. All these different companies, starting with Toyota Toyota, Mazda now, Polaris,
starting
Amazon,
with Mercedes.
Well, I'm talking about just in North Alabama, but yes, you're right. But Mercedes is the one that started for the whole state. And now in North Alabama, a lot of it's been centralized here, and we've seen it. But it's changed things significantly for the better for the citizenry of Alabama. Now, yes, people have come in for jobs, but people in Alabama have picked up a vast majority of those jobs. Lives are better for Alabamians because of this. Child labor law should be enforced as is. There's no question about it. Put the people in jail who are violating those laws. But if you're going to say, let's tie them to the incentives, and the companies say, well, I can't manage the guy on the lower level who's using a temp agency to hire an illegal immigrant, and that illegal immigrant, tell me if this is wrong, gets into an underage illegal immigrant, gets into a relationship with another illegal immigrant that's working at the facility and then runs away, and that's how they find. That's what happened. The one you're talking about, right? That's a factual situation. Yeah. So, but is that the fault of the guy in Korea who worked the deal for the incentive? No. So how do you punish the company for that?
Well, I mean, because they're setting up and they're setting
Their
up the
systems
environment.
allow it, I guess.
And encouraging.
But you're punishing encouraging is a strong word.
They're
here.
using these temp companies,
but that's a local decision.
They know that the local decision to use these
it's pushed up on them. I get it. Like they put the pressure on them to do these things and hire the workers, and they don't care where the workers come from. Is what the argument is. But what I'm saying to you is, if you put this qualification on this, you're going to have people go to states that don't have those qualifications, and you're not going to solve the problem you're trying to solve. Okay, and all you're doing is handicapping yourself. So why would you do that? So, I mean, just a tactical conversation that you have to have with legislators about that.
So, well, maybe we'll be able to get some of them on the show to tell us that they can talk to us about how they think it's important to be
pro child labor. Yes,
that Hyundai has the freedom to.
I like that framing because I mean it's as disingenuous as possible, but also correct. Like again, just like the 80-20 thing, it's as disingenuous as possible, but it's technically correct because it hides the entire reality of the situation.
It reveals the reality.
It hides the reality. It hides it.
Okay. All right. Well, as we're wrapping up, the last thing, you always like to bring up that something I can't even remember what I said about the cops.
Burning cop cars.
Burning cop cars.
Sometimes cops cars gotta burn.
Sometimes that happens. It's like physics.
Okay, so here's if you want me to bring something. Okay, so I like to joke about this with Jacob because one day on the radio he was hosting a show and there was I believe they had just had the run-in in downtown Huntsville where cops shot rubber bullets at people, and I was down there. Were you there when that was going down?
I was. Yeah.
Like I was down there when that was happening. I was like, man, this is awesome. That's what I was thinking when this whole thing was going on. But I could definitely understand the situation. Anyway, the next day or that Saturday, you said something flippantly along the lines of burning cop cars is not necessarily violence.
Oh, well, that's true. It's property destruction.
Right. But again, it's correct, but it's incredibly disingenuous.
Well, it's like
nobody's just walking up and like taking two sticks and rubbing them together and starting a cop car on fire. No, they're fighting with cops. They're doing all these things, and a cop car is exploding. And so, yes, I do like to give you a hard time.
Okay, yeah. And so
just give me the explanation.
Yeah. Well, it's just an explanation that it's property destruction. Property destruction is distinct from inflicting violence on a person.
So if I burn down an entire office building where there's nobody in the building at the time,
well, that's not violent.
As a riot's going on, I'm burning down an office building. You can isolate that moment and say, well, that's not a violent act.
I think in most situations it wouldn't be clear if there were people there, and so it would be kind of violent by implication. But you can tell if somebody's in a cop car or not, and so like I don't know that I can't even remember which one. I think it was Minneapolis or something that there was a cop car that was burning, and I was like, I'm not like
that was the summer of love. There were cop cars everywhere burning.
Yeah, so. I'm not burnt up about it.
Yeah.
But so you would have been opposed to like the Boston Tea Party and the American Revolution and stuff. Right.
I don't think I would have been opposed to them actually fighting back against real tyranny. But there's no real tyranny here. They were mad. Okay, you want to get into the George Floyd conversation? George Floyd is like the worst possible person you could use in that situation.
Well,
now,
I mean, it wasn't his choice, right?
Kneeling, well, he went in and passed the fake $20 bill. He took the fentanyl before. He did all the things that actually led to his death. But you shouldn't kneel on somebody's neck.
Yeah.
And you shouldn't do it for a long period of time. And you shouldn't do it after they're conscious or unconscious. You shouldn't do that sort of thing. So I'm with you on that. But also the premise that happened, therefore the whole system is racist and out of control. Not only is it incorrect, but what was the end result of this? Property damage and death. Where? Amongst cops? Some.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
it was death amongst African Americans. It was death. It was destruction in neighborhoods where African American businesses and families live, and you have all this stuff. And I'll tell you, just from a political standpoint, it's a severely weakening position for liberals to take that. These people yelling and screaming in the street, yes, they're with us, but we're kind of against how far they've gone. And I don't think that's really a tenable situation to continue, because you can't support what they're doing and say, no, I was fine with them burning the building down, but when they punch the cop, that's when I draw the line.
Yeah, well, I also don't think that saying that it's different, just making sure that we have a distinction between people hurting people and people, destroying property. It's not even necessarily an endorsement of the property destruction. It's just a recognition that it's different and that it's not as bad.
Okay, have you taken a position on the Luigi Mangione thing?
It shouldn't have happened. I actually haven't talked about it on the air yet, but answer
this question without saying but.
Well, yeah, it shouldn't have happened. Shouldn't have done it.
In the States. Yeah. Okay. I hear a lot of people on your side who say, "Oh my God, it's the worst thing ever," but it's the outrage of the masses and something.
Well, that seems to be. That's also true too.
Well,
right?
Okay, there it is. And I just wonder. The reason I ask that question is because it's like, again, if you look at the poll numbers. The poll numbers show amongst young people 40% support him. Older people 70% hate him.
Well, and
Twitter's not real life. I mean, that's sort of the thing.
I also think that.
I'm sorry.
40% of young people told pollsters that they supported him.
It was actually. I got the number wrong. Hold on. It was 16% said they approved it. Only 40% said they disapproved. So there was less than 50% said they disapproved. There was a lot of, who's that? But only 16%.
I think among young people, 41% said they approved of Luigi Mangione.
Oh, you're right. 16% of Americans approved. You're right.
Yeah, 40% of young people told a pollster that they approved.
Yeah, it's just an insane.
Okay, so that's something that you like to throw in as kind of a drive-by. Rush Limbaugh likes the drive-by media. So whenever we talk, I think I've finally got my drive-by.
Oh, I can't wait.
So I think my drive-by for you is, that I'm trying to figure out still how I'm going to phrase it, but I'll be able to say something about how, your mom chastised you for abusing women or something like that.
What?
I think that's what I'll be able to say.
To me?
Yeah.
My mom never once chastised me.
Well, that was not what your tweet implied when you were talking about the Pete Hegseth situation.
When I said that sounds like my mom,
yeah.
What I meant. That's actually really funny.
So, isn't it? So the.
Let me explain.
Okay.
So Pete Hegseth there was something out about the news story and said his mom said all these things about abusing women and things like this.
And you were like, women are irrational, and I have a mom too. And it's like, okay, Dale, my mom has never I've gone through a divorce. My mom never wrote me a sternly email about abusing women. But that was clearly the implication from your tweet.
But watch this. Now I'm going to address it directly and not try to bullshit. My mother never sent me anything like that. The point I was making, and it was kind of tongue in cheek, is that women are emotional. That was sort of my mother's emotional. That was the joke about it. But it was not that my mother wrote me an email about abusing women, because never have done that. And so but that's actually good. That's good. I thought maybe you'd go with state seal. Yes, I thought you would hit me on my multiple felonies that people claim that I've committed and stuff. But that'll get you a defamation charge.
Yeah, well, no.
A defamation lawsuit, so you better watch out on that one.
All right. Well, Dale, went a little longer. Figured we'd go for an hour. Gone about an hour and a half, but I appreciate it. And hopefully you're wrong about some of the legislative stuff. I mean, Jobs to Move America seem pretty bullish about the child labor thing. They think that.
Well, what are they going to do, Jacob? They're going to come in and be like, we'll never get this done. Definitely don't give us any money and donate to us to push this stuff.
Well,
Supposedly, I think that there's support among Republicans for it.
Again, if you frame it in that one sense, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But the question then becomes, what's the ripple effect of such a thing? I'm for it. People should not violate child labor laws.
All right.
It's a bold position, but I'm going to stand by that position.
Right.
No buts there. I stand by it completely.
Dale Jackson from The Dale Jackson Show on WVNN and other places in Birmingham and now Chattanooga, too? Are you also on Chattanooga?
No.
Were you going to be for a second?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm in Birmingham on Talk 99.5. I'm in Montgomery on News Radio 1440. I am on various different places on my TV show, Alabama Politics This Week. But no, I'm Alabama. You're not going to see me roaming around.
I thought Yaffe's on in Chattanooga.
Yeah, he does a show in Chattanooga too.
Okay.
So yeah,
maybe did you just fill in for him one day?
Okay. Yeah, I had filled in for him a couple times.
All right. Well, thanks for coming to the studio, even though you were concerned a little bit that you were going to end up Brian Thompson.
You made the invite was like, come down to the studio, don't say a word, knock on a side door and come in. I'm like, okay, this is like a trap. I'm gonna come in here. It's like a dungeon.
Come into the basement.
Yeah, but luckily it's safe. I would love to do it again. I had a good time, and I appreciate you having me.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Talk soon.